Hello, hello. Hey, Blub. Hey, Tim. And hey, Andrew. Welcome, everyone. So today I want to get started on the dialogue system. I think before we do this, we should probably plan a little bit more what the actual text will be. Yeah. Hey, Nix. Yeah, and I want to check this in whatever we've done here. Yeah, it was just add sounds, right? I really got to set a shortcut for this. I should spend some time investing in Rider. Maybe I'll do that today. This is all fine. This is fine. Fine. Yep, cool. Okay, so we're going to check in everything here. Add walking sounds. Yeah, so there's even a different sound depending on whether you're walking on grass or dirt. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Cradlefish. Hey, Rod. The... What? Oh, wanted us in here? What makes you say that? I am confused. All right, so dialogue. Let's go take a look at this. I've got it all over here. The overall point of this is they're supposed to be well, I've been calling him Tutorial Man. Tutorial Man is supposed to be kind of annoying. It's supposed to sort of cover up that you're questioning how you're even in a new game. And it's supposed to teach you about choices. Because eventually there's going to be another character that makes choices for you. So yeah, hello and welcome to Moondrop Village. You must be player. So there should be dialogues that you can, that have options, that don't have options. There could be options. No matter what, you need to press UI accept to continue. So that way we can know that you've read what the dialogue has. Oh, Discord announcement was sent 3 times. Oh boy. Okay, sorry. Let me delete some of these messages. I thought you were talking about the Twitch bot. There's new code that I have that was supposed to fix some disconnect issues, and maybe this means that it's not working correctly. Let me take a quick look. Dash, how do you tail logs? There we go. 42AE7. Huh, interesting. Well, the reconnect logic caused the Docker container to restart. Huh. It's only been up for 55 seconds now. Well, at least something's happening. Yeah, maybe that was a one-off thing. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. But yeah, the bot just restarted itself. If it sends another notification, maybe it's stuck in a restart loop. If I tail more of the logs, I should be able to find out. Fail to subscribe. Too many requests. Interesting. Maximum subscriptions with type and condition exceeded. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, this is good to know. Maybe I'll take a look at this in the afternoon. This is what's happening when I start my computer in the morning. And this causes the whole thing to restart. Hey, Faceless. It's escaping the container. It's becoming sentient. Hey, Phil. Okay, so what do we have here? So this is something you just need to continue through. And then we need to be able to kind of schedule things in here. So now dialogue options, you should be able to arrow between them. If there are, you should be able to arrow between them. Some options can be disabled. In that case, you can't arrow to them. Hey, Make. Hey, Goose. Yeah, welcome in. Happy Tuesday, everyone. We're going to be working on dialogue today. I'm still just looking through to make sure we can do everything we need. So, didn't your grandpa give you this farm? Yes, no. What is going on? If no, real jokester, huh? I just saw your grandpa earlier today, and he told me you'd be here right now. Okay, so, yeah. This is going to teach you how to play the farming game. Not that you need to. And there's going to be some kind of joke choices here. Then eventually we get down to here. I saw you talk to those NPCs. You're different. Yeah, whatever. Leave me alone. Eureka, that proves that you have agency. I want to exercise my agency. Ask me something. So now you could ask it questions and then it will answer. So yeah, that's the plan. Hey, Oogly, Corpsey, Boolean, Rahul. Do you pass World 1-1 yet? No, I want to see these animal transformations you're talking about. I don't know how many more years it'll be until Mr. Miyamoto does that. Do you have a team that work with you to make the game? Yes. Take a look at this. Yeah. Why are you working on Kevin's task? That's right. No one forget it. Hey, Dark Atomic. Okay, so we've got some graphics somewhere over here. I gotta go find them. Because that's one of the things. Well, actually, we could ignore the graphics for now. I could just make the dialogue system work, and then we could plug this stuff in later. That might be a little bit better. Yeah, theme the dialogues according to, or like with the new graphics. Where are those graphics anyway? UI, HUD. It's probably not in HUD. No, where is it? Speech bubble, emojis, reactions. Dialogue box. Here we go. All right. So how do we look at this in better detail here? Okay. I mean, it's just a 9-patch rectangle. We don't have arrows and stuff. Buttons. Is there something in here that'll help? Yeah, there's like a little play arrow. We could use that. All right, let's just get some links to this for right now. So dialogue box is here. Then buttons has a thing we can use. An arrow to select an option is in the top row. Do we have anything else here that'll help? That's probably it for now. It would be kind of interesting if the NPC had like a bunch of options they could change. Huh. Okay. How do you deal with all that text? I like to keep stuff in my head. It's too much to write and read. But if a list is small enough, it works. I think you'll see just as I go through the stream how I deal with it. Yeah. No better teacher than reality. Hey, Mr. Rex, hey, Cypher. It's going pretty well. We only just got started. So yeah, I've got my choices here. I think what I'm going to do is make this unthemed at first. And that way we could just focus on the controls here. So what kind of API do I want for this? I think we want like a create dialogue, and we need to specify the text and then any options. And then options should be able to, I guess we just get a response back to the handler. We did some of this code for Skeleseller, but we needed different things out of the dialogue boxes. So here we had set dialogue, we passed in data. Data had options here, titles, what would happen when you dismiss it or something like that. I think we can do something like this. We would add buttons for each of these things. We need to know whether an option is disabled. So options would need text, whether it's disabled, and a like choice number maybe that you chose. Yeah. Does Steam give you information regarding language? Can you see how many people play it in, for example, French or Spanish or English? I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't looked. So I know they broke down wish lists based on region, but even that was kind of optional. And you can even see wish lists based on platform. But yeah, I haven't checked usage numbers. I would imagine they'd give you that information because that would be helpful for you to know, like, where do I need to spend my time or money. Okay, so we're going to start with something brand new here. To go make a new scene, control. So we want a dialogue box. And then how do we want to control this? So like at some point we're going to get into the farming game and we're going to have some like show tutorial dialogue. And it's probably going to be something like dialogue system.create dialogue. And we're going to specify a whole bunch of stuff here. Maybe like portrait, tutorial man. I don't think we need titles for this stuff. Maybe we could say like name of speaker. Tutorial man. And then text. Hello, welcome. And options, none for right now. And we need to know what to go to when this is done. So I think passing in a callback is fine. Yeah. Did we do this for Skeleseller? I don't remember how exactly that part worked. Where do we have a dialogue that is... I guess like the build signs, signpost. Yeah, build dialogue. We need a reference to it that we have afterward. So where do we set this up? Set option enabled. Yeah, we need some kind of option ID to do that. That way we can disable it, know that you've chosen it, etc. Yeah. Hey, David. Hey, Forge. And hey, Pickle and Kojen. 100% fast forward button. I think fast forward could just be like you're pressing a button while text is being typed out. So yeah, text should probably type itself out in the main section and then show choices afterward. And it should probably make sound as this happens. And we need to accommodate long strings. Okay. So yeah, what do we do for this? We make the build dialogue somewhere. Here it is. Set dialogue data, get dialogue data. Get dialogue data is this. Woo, that is a loud sound. Hey, Kebab, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. I have not seen your name, but based on your icon, I assume you make games. Yeah, what are you doing today? Welcome, everybody. We're working on a dialogue system for a game I just started coding last week. It's called Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. And the very first game, the only dialogue that shows up is just like a text snippet above a character. But this is going to be like a proper, you have choices, you have to make the choices. So I'm just thinking of how we want to do this, and I'm looking at some code from Skeleseller to see what I want to do. So here we specify text options title, dismiss option title. So these are essentially the choices that we had, and then any other choices. This is going to be a very different style of dialogue. And then once we build this, which is here, then we call set and we listen to handlers. Option press. I think that makes the most sense. Although I guess no matter what, this is allocating something. I could see if I open this up. Is it the easiest way, or is just passing in a function the easiest way? I wonder. Also, we have different option IDs for everything, then we can use one dialogue handler. But we need to check probably like what choices you're making too. Build some worker agents for my weird space whale incremental game. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, man. I think incremental games are like taking off now, and I have some kind of hunches for why. But yeah, if you're planning on making it into a product and selling it, now is probably a good time to do that stuff. Hey, Mr. Balrog. That's a good joke. And hey, Method, can we get the NPCs talking Simish or like the villagers from Animal Crossing, voice acted by Adam? I was debating on having just like an AI read text option. And that way, okay, so here's one of the, I don't want to get too controversial here, but one of the reasons why I think incremental games are picking up steam is that people's attention spans aren't that high anymore. And I think that reading text is just generally a problem in games for a bunch of reasons. There are some people who just don't read very well, and then there are people who can read but won't read, and then there are people who will get bored by reading, and then they'll start skipping stuff. And yeah, very few people I find read like everything available to them. So that's why I was thinking of having some kind of like small voice model on their machines, and it could run that, and just like, yeah, you could have an option at the beginning of the game, like, do you want to use this? It's done nicely. Wild growth, healing incremental. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to continue in the incremental genre for now. I find that when it comes to making and playing games for myself, that I want novelty. And I've kind of talked about this on stream before, but when it comes to genres of games, usually there's some like genre defining game for me. And if you ask me about like an action RPG, it's Diablo 2. So now any game that's not Diablo 2 that's in the action RPG realm, like Path of Exile, I'm just not interested in. And it's no fault of Path of Exile. It's just like Diablo 2 came first for me. And for me, that is the genre, and I don't want to play a different game in that genre usually. So I kind of found that's the same way for me developing games. Is like, okay, I made like a very nerdy game at first. I made an incremental game, and now I'm making like a story-driven game. They're very varied though. I mean, even you could argue that action RPGs are varied too. Like all games are going to do something a little bit different from all the other games that came before it. Otherwise, they'd just be a clone. But yeah, there are probably genres and more variants. I'd say probably RPG as a whole has a lot of variants. Maybe not action RPG, but like Zelda could be an RPG, and you could kind of consider Portal to be one too. But that's a very loosely defined genre that way. 1,500 hours, yeah, it's not uncommon to have that in a lot of different RPGs. Well, I shouldn't say not uncommon, but I hear about it a lot in gaming spheres. But hey, Survivor, hey, yo. Do well because they scratch the itch of progression, number go up, but it's chill. You don't have to play an FPS or RPG. Yeah. Yeah, and I think part of that too has to do with maybe like the realm around games. So what is popular at the time? What is consuming people's attention? How are people engaging with other forms of media? So I think incremental games are a pretty good fit for right now. So here we had a callback like this. I think that's one way we could do this. So for callbacks, we could either have a public event action, or we could pass in an action. It doesn't make too much of a difference. I guess we should just think about what we do for ergonomics here. Hey, Grace, it's going well. Yeah, I'm just doing some planning for today right now, but today should probably be about 3 or 4 hours of streaming, and I think we should have a pretty good dialogue system by the end of it. Especially if I'm not theming it at first. So then we need some automated handler for this. So this is good enough at first. Actually, you know what? I'll put this in. Let's just save the planning file. I'll just save this here. Dialogue, planning. Okay, so then the next one of these that we show, we need there to be like, what is the question that this person asks you? Yeah, well, didn't your grandpa give you this farm? And options would be like, yes, no, what is going on here? Now, these options cannot just be text, but for now they are. And then our callback. So I guess we'd have like a handle dialogue options as our callback. And we do something like this. I guess, do we need to know which dialogue this came from? Or just have like option ID that you chose? Because we could do this. But then we need unique ones for every dialogue that you have. I think people are getting more and more extreme. So either it's roguelikes and extraction shooters where you lose everything on failure, or they want something where there's no failure, just constant progress like incrementals. Yeah, I see that happening too. I think gaming as a whole is expanding. which is nice because it opens up room for different genres and for gamers to find what they want to enjoy actually. And as a result, you'll have very chill games and simulator games and yeah, all sorts of things in between, friend slop kinds of games. Anyway, take care, Kebab. Thanks for dropping in. I wish you luck on your whale incremental. And thanks for the raid. This game is going to be more story-based. Yeah. I tried to have everything in the... I don't know if you'd seen this already, but I tried to have everything in an FAQ. Okay, so handle dialogue option. We probably should take in the dialogue itself. In which case, what we could have is a different handler for each of these. So it could be like handle intro dialogue options. I just think this would be tedious to do. The other thing I could do is look at like what visual novel systems do, because they probably have to deal with this a lot because it's all just dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, what is the most ergonomic for handling chains of dialogues? I think if we do just give, I mean, we could have one handler. All right, let me talk about this. So option 1, have one handler for all dialogues and uniquely identify each option. So what does this look like? We have something like this. Option ID, chosen option ID. So we only get the state from basically what the option is. So when you're making the dialogues, you would do something like this. And I'm going to really make this pretty simple. So we'd have like, yeah, text and then ID, like yes. This wouldn't be a generic yes though. Like give farm yes. No would be like this. This is not even correct C# syntax. I'm not trying to do it for that reason. Give farm no. And then this one can have a non-unique option. ID is like not enabled. So now down here, we would check something like, and this is what's annoying about this. So switch chosen option ID. Case give farm yes. Now, in this case, I'm not sure what even changes, but we probably need to like show different dialogues and stuff. I think having a state machine, anytime we have a switch, it's pretty much a sign that you should probably have a state machine for this. So yeah, we could make a state machine for dialogue. Could make a state machine for dialogue options. Anyway, give farm yes. What even changes in this case? If yes, do you need help getting started? So yeah, we do something like that. Show dialogue. Do you need help getting started? Break. No would be this option. And what's the last one? The last one's not even choosable. Yeah, the only thing with a state machine is I don't want this state machine to get out of control at that point. Like, it's easier to follow what the transitions are, but it's more annoying to set up as a developer. Also making gamers more picky and as a result, less sales, which in turn results in devs taking fewer risks and culminating in a stagnant market. I think those are sort of separate things. And I mean, you probably heard me talk about game dev economics a lot, but I spent 2 years on Skeleseller and I ended up selling it for, it's at $8 right now. So like, how many sales do I need to get to make more than minimum wage? And how many do I need to make more than like a software engineer job? And what if I had a team of people that were being paid like full-time wages for this? How much would it need to sell for me to be able to justify like having that team and being able to keep them on as the team? And as a result, you'd have to pick games that you think are going to do really well, because just imagine how much money would go into a game that you take 2 years making with, let's say, 4 people being paid like normal full-time wages. Like, you can't really take many risks at that point. So I don't think that has to do with gamer desires. I just think that has to do with oversaturated markets. What about skill checks if you're good at something or not? Skill checks for what? Oh, as in like a strength check or something? For the dialogue system? Because right now we're just talking about text, but I'm not sure if I might not be understanding. I think what you're thinking of is like a Baldur's Gate 3 kind of thing, where you might have an option that says like like tackle them, and it says, I don't know, like strength or intimidation or something, and it says like persuade them, and it says charisma. These are things that the dialogue system could technically handle by just having a callback, and we wouldn't need to do anything special. Hey, Presso. Hope you have a beautiful day. You too. Maybe make a tree of all the possible dialogue paths. Yeah, so this is another thing I was thinking about earlier. There are these mermaid diagrams. I don't know if this is I don't think this is a generic term, and I don't know exactly how this thing works, but it's, diagram everything. So it's somewhere they've got, no, maybe they don't have a specific dialogue one, but anyway, it's just a flow chart, right? I guess that's all kind of dialogue really is, right? So here we don't really, this is not exactly what you do for this, but you can see there's a pretty nice syntax for this. And yeah, I almost wonder, like, maybe that's what we should do. Maybe instead of passing in option IDs, we can pass in like another dialogue altogether. How's Claude been so far, and which plan are you on? I'm on the $20 one, and I haven't used it too much. I used it a little bit yesterday, and it seems like it's good so far. Hey, Rusius. Games need to sell way more copies than you expect to be viable. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And especially on Steam, it's like when you seemingly make $10, you actually only make $7. And then there are taxes on top of that. So it's like every $10 sale is probably getting the person maybe $5 in the end. So whatever you think the gross revenue, well, you can probably know what the gross revenue is, but you can't really know what the net revenue is unless you know their tax rate and everything. Have you tried plan mode? Yeah. And yeah, this is something I could ask AI for input on. I know that taxes are obvious, that you need taxes before making a profit. What I'm saying is this all plays into the economics of like, should I make another Assassin's Creed or should we try some new IP? Think of how many studios made a new IP and then it failed or was canceled. So a long time ago, there was something that was supposed to be released called StarCraft Ghost. I don't know what happened with this game. And maybe if I read the Wikipedia article, it would be there. Yeah, development and cancellation. So September 2002 announced development. And then when did they say they were going to... In 2004, they began collaboration with another thing. Then when was it canceled? I'm just trying to skim this really fast. Anyway, whatever. The point is, even Blizzard, who had a massive amount of momentum behind all of their IPs, started working on this game and then decided to cancel it. And it, as far as I know, never got released. How many hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars did they pour into this game? And like Blizzard could afford to do that. This was back in the days of like World of Warcraft being a massive success. And even, I mean, Warcraft and Diablo were super popular too. But yeah, what if you were an indie studio and you took a risk and then that's it? Your studio ceases to exist. You're just another statistic. I mean, how many layoffs have you heard of in the game dev industry recently? Why are taxes being paid on sale? Sales tax in the US is an example of a consumption tax. So you might be used to like VAT or something like that. There is very likely a consumption tax regardless of where you are in the world. And it's just not necessarily on top of the listed price. But like that's how governments make money is on property taxes and sales taxes and income taxes. Yeah, hey ABC and hey Candice Major. Keep up with best practices from reading or people you know about how to efficiently code with AI? Not really. I also, yeah, I haven't been using it too much lately. Yeah, maybe we should run this by, maybe run the plan by the AI to see what it says. Okay. So yeah, if we had a state machine, then I think these states would be like, we need a new state for each individual piece of dialogue. I think that's overkill. I think that having a state for each piece of dialogue would be overkill. This is kind of what we did for Skeleseller, although we also had one state per file. They could be lighter weight. Can you have multiple classes per file? You should be able to, right? I don't care about the good or bad. I guess you can. That's all I really need to know. Because then we could put different states into one file. You could also manifest these potentially as like data classes. so that a state encapsulates anything it needs in particular. But then if we have any conditional logic, we might need something that like sets it up, in which case, yeah, I don't know. We may need conditional logic as part of setting up a state, in which case having them be classes could be the best option. Or maybe there's like a simple dialogue option, base class that we can instantiate, and then extend something more complicated when we need it. Yeah. Hey, Kiskit. And hey, Slopeside, I try to keep the today command up to date, so it'd always explain what I'm working on. I do try to encourage people to use that, because that's the most common question I get. But that, let me know if you have any questions based on the answer to that. You can vary by zip code. Oh yeah, yeah. Sales tax is crazy. Well, at least to manage as a business. It's part of the reason why I think having a merchant of record is important if you're just starting out, because you can do a lot of things wrong. Then again, there aren't really consequences when you do them wrong until you make enough money. So you never know. Okay. Thank you for inspiration regarding your list-driven development of the tenants thing. Trying to be better organized. Yeah, nice. I hope it helps. I think the tenants are really important. My general philosophy is if you're intentionally steering yourself towards something, then you'll start to adapt your actions to meet those philosophies that you have. So it becomes a positive feedback loop, ideally, unless you find yourself like failing repeatedly at the tenant, and it probably means that, oh, this actually isn't important to me. So yeah, I think that amount of mindfulness injected into your weekly routine is good. All right, I like this idea. We have data classes, or we have some like simple dialogue option. So what would this look like? Delete this. So we would pass in underlying states here. So the option would be something like, oh, actually even the state could provide, we could do something like this, new simple dialogue option, and just say yes. Then we could have a callback here. What would we do exactly? Could they have their own handlers? Maybe it generates a unique ID. No, we need some way to be able to. Okay, hold on. A little bit harder than I thought. We need to be able to do something when you've chosen this. By the way, what does choosing yes here even do? Yeah, so it opens a new dialogue. So like open next dialogue. And the new simple dialogue option, no. I guess this would do like open no dialogue. This is not always going to be the case that we have things like this. And this would just be like a new disabled dialogue option. Maybe a dictionary of all dialogue options. I mean, that is one way of doing things. It's kind of like this option one, have one handler for everything. And then we have just a dispatcher. I mean, yeah, this could be a dictionary of callbacks. I'm not certain what I want to do with that. I mean, I guess we're going to have the callbacks. We could just pass in the callbacks here. In fact, let me write this as option 2. Option 2 would be like, have each dialogue option specify a callback. It could be a unified handler, or it could be something custom. So that would be like this. And the callback here would be something like handle yes, callback, handle no. This wouldn't even have a callback. Hey, Chili. The translation shouldn't be too bad, because we can just translate each individual string as long as it's not parameterized. But yeah, who knows how that's going to end up being just yet. Okay, so this could work. I mean, I guess this is pretty similar to this. This is just a slightly better structure for it. So then we'd have some like private void open yes dialogue. So we know that you've chosen this. We would now spawn a new dialogue. So I guess we we copy paste this. And what would happen here? Do you need any help getting started? And then your options are, yes, tell me in detail. And this would be like open yes to dialogue or something. And then give me the gist of it. Open no to dialogue. And then those are the only options. And then we do this for kind of everything here. I wonder if this would be annoying to look at. So the open no dialogue is this. A real jokester. There we go. And we just keep going through this like so. Honestly, this isn't too bad. I think it's a little hard to follow in terms of, like, as a developer, the way you'd go through this is you'd look at this and you'd be like, okay, so what does yes go to? And you press F12 on this, it would bring you down to here and you'd be like, oh, okay, I see now. Because a lot of this, if you were to map out this as a tree, it would be a lot of like intertwined options and going back up. I guess it's a graph more than it's a tree, but yeah. And I don't know if there's an easy way in linear text to render a graph like that and have all this like potentially custom logic. And yeah. And then convert that mechanically to code. We could. That's not a route I usually go for. In fact, Kotlin has a way of like defining DSLs yourself. And I suppose another thing we could do is make a diagram like this and then have it turn into C# code. I don't think I want to do that. I kind of want to mock this up and see if this is a good way of doing things. We would just need a function for each handler that we have. But those functions need to potentially have access to any state that the game is providing. Hey, random human. So how do we handle game state? I guess the dialogue system could have access to whatever game we're in. Yeah, that seems pretty reasonable. All right, I kind of like this way so far. Let's copy the path of this file. Yeah, I kind of like this so far. And then what was the other thing I said? How do we handle game state and how do we do something else? No, I think that was it. Okay, have you checked out Codex? I do like Claude Code a lot, but can't justify the $20 a month. Saw Codex had an $8 plan. I haven't yet. So part of my my nature is to penny pinch. And I was originally looking at things like Open Code Go. There's a plan here that is $5 a month, and they claim that the usage is like through the roof compared to other things. So requests per 5 hours, I think, is the only limit they have, and the requests are like way more than you'd probably use, and that's at, you know, $5 for your first month. And I was like, should I do this? I thought, man, I really shouldn't. I should just like go with what I've already used, and then if that starts being a problem, I should look into other things. But my nature would have been to like try to scrimp and try to find like what's the best deal. And I should just get started. I didn't want to belabor this decision. So I might try Codex at some point. I might try this at some point. I might just upgrade my Claude plan to $100 a month at some point. I don't know. I will just see when this stops meeting my needs. And there are, I think, two ways that would happen. One is quality and the other is limitations. So if quality drops, I mean, that's pretty obvious. If you ask it a question, it gives you a really sucky answer. And then the limitations would be something like, I don't know, I do, let's say 5 hours of work, but only 2 hours can have AI help for it or something. I mean, usually you could just spend more money and it's no problem. But yeah, then the limitation becomes a monetary limitation. Like, I don't want there to be an unlimited budget for this. Great combo. You get a lot of models. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty decent too. Then you're paying $20 a month, but you probably have a lot more just general AI usage and still some heavy lifting. Yeah. Yeah, the dialogue ending and returning an option is pretty much what we've had here. Or not exactly. I mean, this is a callback. You could also have it return IDs and then have the caller figure out what to do with those IDs. But I think the callback makes a little bit more sense. The other thing, I guess if we ever have two of these go to the same I guess you just wouldn't. We'd have some common handler. Yeah, I think this is pretty reasonable. I think this option is pretty reasonable. So how about this? Let's run this by AI and see what it has to say. So let's go into Claude and chat and new chat. And there's some like, how do you do this? I guess code. Maybe we ask it to plan. There's some planning mode. I'm trying to find out where that is. There, plan mode. Create a plan before making changes. Let's just start with chat though. Yeah, let's start with chat. Okay, so I am making a game in C# using Godot. I want to make a dialogue system. Here are some requirements. So each dialogue at least has some text. Dialogues can have options. Options can be disabled, in which case they show up but can't be selected. An NPC can control the dialogue to choose an option themselves, but most of the time the player is controlling it. Watch it one shot this. I mean, yeah, it might. I kind of wanted to see what it'll say. What else do we have in terms of requirements? That's the most important stuff. Yeah, in fact, I don't even know if I should say this here because I don't think this is super important. Yeah, how about we just leave it at that? Each dialogue has text and can optionally have choices. If choices are present, then I guess like, yeah, if choices are present, then we need some conditional logic based on what the player chose. So I'm looking for an ergonomic solution to this as a developer so that I don't have a bunch of branching spaghetti code. What I was thinking of is something like this. Well, actually, how about we just leave it at that and just see what it suggests. Be a lot of dialogue and potentially several options for each. I'll just say for each. I think the AI can know. All right, let's leave it at that. Yeah. This isn't even necessarily like, well, let's just see what this does first. Let's do that and just hit send. I do like the solution I have. I'm looking to potentially augment it with whatever this talks about. A data-driven with a dialogue graph. Define dialogues as resource files where each node has an ID, text, and a list of choices pointing to other node IDs. Small state machine that walks the graph. Godot's resource system gives you the inspector for free. We probably need logic here in some of the options. A dedicated dialogue language rather than rolling your own. Use something like Ink. What is this? Well, maybe it's just change locations. Ink integration. I've never heard of Ink before. What is this? Open source scripting language for writing interactive narrative. Interesting. And how does this work? I want to see what this. Oh, nice. Here it is. I was trying to find their wiki that they have. All right. Installation, quick start guide, Ink importer, runtime. What does this actually do? So make an Ink story. And how do they handle? They must handle translation and everything. Continue maximally. Hmm. Okay, interesting. Okay, let's keep reading this because I want to, yeah, I want to look into this some more. Conditionals, variables, state tracking, and branching are first class. C# code just calls story.continuing and choose choice index. Branching logic lives in the script files, not your code base. Pure code. A builder pattern works. Hmm. Hey, Spike, and hey, Takuto. Yeah, so this is interesting. Yeah, I said to look into Ink and Godot Ink. I'm intrigued by this. I think there are some requirements. So I'd want to see, like, does this work with localization? It probably does. It has to. There's just no way that they wouldn't have gotten it to work with that. And what else? Any like conditional logic, it probably handles, or even like exceptional rendering and AI choosing. I mean, I guess the whole point is now we could like prototype this. In fact, we probably don't even need to prototype it. We could probably just ask the AI to do it and see. I want to look more into localization with this. Where do they have their full tutorial? Okay. So table of contents, does this have something about localization? Translation? Internationalization? They don't talk about translations. They have international character support, but that's not really what I want. Maybe it's not really up to Ink to decide. But then where's the Godot version of this? Project Wiki. Importer, interop, quick start guide. They don't talk about translation. Ah. All right, well, let's look at their quick start guide again. Where do they actually define their Ink story? Do they have an example in their repo? Examples. Yeah, let's just look at this. So here's their Ink thing. Oh, it's got variables and stuff too. I wonder how you populate this from the game. There's got to be a way to do that. Yeah, how are you supposed to localize this? Huh. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just search it for now. Ink localization. Yeah, here it is. I have, and I would recommend not using Ink. Go in a list of issues, but the clearest indicator against it is the makers are game devs that use their own tool and have never localized any of their own games. All the powerful text generation of line splitting features means you can't easily scrape all the text. Interesting. Hmm. Very interesting. Is the green screen just your way of calling me out? No, it's just okay. So I fixed it this morning for one side. I didn't see the other side was messed up. It's very tough to get this accurate because there's such a tiny amount of space. That should hopefully work. No, yeah, all right. Did I just move my green screen? Maybe I'll just move it now. Did that fix it? Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Toulouse. So you have one Ink dialog file. I think that would almost defeat the purpose of Ink because then we need to code the conditionals in all of the Ink files. Because like, look at this stuff, right? We have a whole bunch of dialog options and whatever else. So we need to put like, let's say, I don't know what tell me does, but let's say we want to change this. Now we need to change it in like 7 different files. It'd be super annoying. It'd also be annoying because we wouldn't be able to scrape these out and put them in Weblate. So I am not leaning toward ink after reading that. Artisy. What is that? Narrative design tool for interactive projects. I mean, I don't necessarily mind just doing the, what is the pricing on this? Doing the state machine route that I talked about. It sounds reasonable enough. What is this website? This is something from like the early 2000s. See single user offers. What is this? I haven't even looked at their product. I'm just curious what their pricing is. Yeah, it's a subscription thing. I probably wouldn't use something like that. Maybe want to just put keys in ink. I feel like that would be a mistake. Again, from what little I know about this, we have things like this in here. So we need to be able to interpolate strings correctly based on what localization we're doing. And even things like this. Harris, like this would not probably localize very easily. Okay, so I think ink is probably out of the question. What was this other thing that they suggested here? Data driven with a dialog graph. Define dialog as resource files. Each node has an ID text and a list of choices pointing to other node IDs. Runtime is a small state machine that walks the graph. Problem with the resource files is if we want to do something C# specific, we can't. Or we need to, like, in a data-driven way, manifest conditionals. Yeah, I'm leaning more and more toward the code option that I talked about here. Oh, yarn is a totally different thing. Yeah, yarn dialog. I should look at that. Yarn spinner. Where do they have... What did it just say? I think it's like Godot there. Yeah, it does. Is this free? Where's their like usage thing? Is this all on GitHub? This is on GitHub. Yarn spinner tool. I want to see what their license is. Where is it? Godot. And what is their license? MIT. Oh, wow. Localization they have in one of the samples. All right, let's go look at the docs or let's look at the examples. They have samples here. And they said one of these has localization. Which one is that? Visual novel. You gotta find the visual novel one. Here it is. Hey, Spirited Harvest. Page not found. That's too bad. Where? I guess this. This section covers yarn spinner for Godot. All right, I don't care about installation or anything. I want to see, yeah, their quick start. Okay, so what do they do? Your scene doc will look like this, showing a node hierarchy that's entirely based on default dialog system that you instantiated. Okay. Create a yarn project from inside Godot. Interesting. Importing yarn files, yarn projects, yarn scripts. Okay, so let's look at their sample that they have here. So dialog is all defined in these yarn files. There's a project in one yarn file. So how does this look? Let's copy this out and put it over here. Sets background image to sprite called BG Office. This command uses yarn command attribute instead of add command handler, so the node name must be specified. In this case, VN manager. Start playing audio clip. Loop forever. Where's the localization of this? localization. Oh boy. I mean, the nice thing is it is just text. I wonder how they extract this and how they deal with this. Interesting. Show something about Patreon. Nigreless. It also recommends Dialogic 2. Hey, Scholar, and thank you. Thank you in advance. And hey, Crank. So, what Dialogic 2? I don't think I want to look into another thing now at this point. Unless this explicitly says, yeah, it does work with Godot. Dialogic 2 requires 4.3 or higher. And do they talk about localization here? Because if they don't, then I'm not going to, translations. Better to focus on your game first and add translation later. Keeping translation and localization in mind is an excellent idea. How we handle variables, you need the glossary. All right, so other things you could look into. Yarn and Dialogic 2 are both options that handle localization. We might not even have that much dialogue that this is a problem. Like maybe we end up with, well, we'll have some, but yeah, maybe we don't end up with a whole lot. Yeah. I mean, I think it's worth looking into this stuff. This thing about choosing other options. I mean, I guess at some point you'll have more dialogue, and having this system be reusable, I think is good. Thought these were chat suggestions. There are some chat, some AI. I mean, I used, oh, where'd that go? I used AI just to ask briefly about this, and it suggested ink, but yeah. That led us to Yarn, yeah. File contains scene, audio info, etc. Yeah, although we could just use it for dialogue. I don't know. The more I think about this, the more I think we have for other considerations I didn't exactly tell the AI. Like, let's say we wanted to have a sound play for each character that's speaking. Or, I don't know, even like I said, like an LLM talking to you. Do you have data to consider this project worth localizing? I don't. I didn't look at it, but given how many people ended up streaming the game in other languages, I think it's worthwhile. Plus, the other thing is, I don't think you should pigeonhole yourself into a way that you can't localize. Let's say you use ink and it becomes a gigantic pain down the line. But yeah, there were some like really big French and German streamers who covered it, some Brazilian streamers, and they wouldn't have been able to do that if we hadn't localized the game. Hey, Maya. So I think it's worth doing. I'm also currently localizing the game. Well, not me personally, but into Japanese. Which I should actually check on the progress of that. What are we at for that? Japanese, 5% translated. I don't think that's accurate. Oh, apparently it is. Yeah, that's not a good sign. So I think the problem with using any system like this is I would need to try it out and I need to see how it works for me. And it's going to take time to learn. And then if it turns out to not work, then we've got to like back up and do something else anyway. So yeah, I think we have 3 options. Yarn, Dialogic 2, and a hand-rolled system based on the state machine stuff. Well, it's not even a state machine, is it? Yeah, it's just a way of manifesting these handlers. Planning document. Problem with an existing system is that I need to test and understand it, and then I need to keep it up to date. If I update to Godot 5 at some point, but they haven't updated yet, I also take on whatever bugs they have. I did not make Weblate. No. Weblate was existing software. Hey, Sarah. Welcome in. Good morning. So, yeah, I think we would need to do some research on this. I would probably have to download these projects and try them out. I mean, I didn't really look into Dialogic 2 all that much. Let's get links to Yarn and Dialogic 2. Where did that one go? Here, I guess. And is this stuff free to use? I looked into it for Yarn, but in their FAQ, what do they talk about for pricing or something? And then other little features I need to look into. We probably want, some kind of talking sound. It could be a text to speech model, or it could just be the Banjo-Kazooie style speech. What else do we want? And yeah, I want the AI to be able to choose things. Lovely APIs used to extract the translated text into the game in real time. No, a lot of that's handled by Godot. So the general flow is this. Weblate is just an interface for translation. So like, let's say you have hello in English. Someone can go on there and type in bonjour in French. Then this will all get exported to a file, either a CSV or a .po file, so that you'll have something like your French word in here. And then your game will just load from this French file. And now when it sees that you want hello, it's like, oh, I know what that is. And it types that in your game. Hey, Trackley. Oh, thanks, Patata. Yeah, let me take a look at this. You may use it to make any kind of game, even commercial ones, projects developed under MIT. Just give us credit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so same thing with Yarn, right? The whole thing is usable license. Is it free or paid? Developed in the open as open source. You can also install it from source for free. If you want to use it for a commercial game, we recommend purchasing it from this. How much is it? It says for Unity. Does it mention Godot on here? Where's their Godot one? Strange. I don't totally understand this. Maybe this was just an old doc from before they had the Unity thing set up. Turn this off on here. You can install it from source for free. If you want to use it for a commercial game, we recommend purchasing. They recommend purchasing it. I mean, I guess if it's on GitHub, I mean, I already looked at the license, right? If it's on GitHub and it's MIT licensed, then I guess that's why it's recommended. Because then technically nothing stops you from just going and using it yourself, right? Yeah, it says MIT license. Oh. Hey, Magnus. Yeah, I know they have the Godot version. I'm just saying, I wonder if the license was any different, but it doesn't look like it. All right, I'm going to have to take a break. I think maybe let's just mess around with this. I think the best plan is to mess around with these tools and see how useful they are. I don't know. I'm torn, but still, I'll take a break for now. Is it jump time? It's jump time. It's jump time. Okay, hello again. Close the game. So, yeah, we can look into these things. The reason I'm kind of waffling on this a little bit, I don't know how much dialogue we'll have in the game, such that it might be overkill to use one of these systems. Yeah, pros/cons. And this could simplify my workflow. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If there was an arrow when you're off the screen, you could recover. Yeah, we detected that there are only like 3 people who are even kind of close to the top. We could show arrows or something. I don't really plan on modifying the game. It's mostly just so there's not 3 minutes of silence when I go take a break. And that way I still take breaks. But it is on GitHub. You could submit a PR if you want and add arrows. All right, well, I don't want to keep waffling on at least trying it. So yeah, let's go look into this. Actually, I wonder which one of these is better. Just in terms of like usage. Where the dialogic page go. I'm just gonna close everything. Getting out of control. There. We can close that too. So it allows you to easily create in-game dialogues or fully fledged visual novels with Godot. Let's get an overview of what it can do. Also, this is kind of nice that it's kind of just for Godot. Timelines represent your dialogues. They're a list of events, text, conditions, animation signals. Control the flow of your story. Oh, does this have a C# support? Because this is probably... Yeah, I see .gd here. C#. They don't have a C# page. I know you can still use it in a C# project. Is there a better way to use it with C#? The only way I've found to start a timeline using C# code rather than GDScript. I need to be able to do it in C# to work with my other nodes. This method of calling those functions is very restrictive and kind of awful. Recommend making a C# only class to act as the binding. Okay. What is the problem here with this though? Get the node and then just call start on it? This doesn't sound like it's that hard. Also, you could just make a node that has this script and just point it at the one that's got dialogic. Scala Seller battle windows is athletics. Okay, so it's not a thing they support out of the box, but let's still take a look at this. So Visual Editor has each event as a movable block with easy to use fields. It's kind of interesting. Then we have some jump twos. Text Editor allows you to write events in pure text format, provides syntax highlighting, and auto completion, making writing timeline super efficient. Here's the same timeline in text format. Yeah, we'd probably just use text format. Yeah, we need to make sure that translation's easy enough. I do want to look into that some more. How do they do this? How do I translate timelines? In Dialogic, head to the Settings tab and take a look under Translation. Tick Enable Translation checkbox. Pick a default locale. Must be the language you write the timeline in. Use a fallback if no translation exists. That's fine. You need a timeline file. Excuse me. Automatically find and generate CSV files for you after you hit the Update CSV Files button. Okay. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. Each timeline contains events, and Dialogic equips you with many built-in ones to get your story started. When you reach their limit, you can easily create more. Okay. Yeah, sure. Interesting. Create your own specific events. That sounds interesting too. Create events and timelines in code. Use built-in text actions, for instance. Easy to use variables. All right. So should we try this getting started thing? Wonder how easy it is to extend. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. So we'd make a new C# project, or I guess we could bundle it into here and just kind of try things out. I'd probably make a new project though. Creating a timeline, switch to text. Start chapter A. Okay, I guess before we do this, let's just ask this. So I looked online and found out about these projects. Where's the GitHub for this? Here we go. They seem to handle localization better than Ink would. Does one of these two projects look better than the other? Just curious what this thing will say. Because I guess the whole point of using tools like this is you never really know what you'll find out. Like when I was planning this myself, I wasn't looking into existing libraries. And part of that was for a reason. I didn't think my needs were really that vast here. Let's see. Official C# port. Yarn Spinner for Godot is a Yarn Labs project. Not fully or officially supported. May break or change at any time. Oh, interesting. That's why they charge for the Unity one. I see. Generate CSV files. Okay. It's GDScript only. It's implemented entirely in GDScript. Dialogic 2 continues that. You can call into it from C#. Requires using the Godot signal. Oh, man. That actually is kind of annoying because we had a mix at first in Skeleseller, and I never liked that. This says pretty much just go with Yarn. Yeah. And there's also Dialogue Manager. What's this? Powerful Godot add-on for nonlinear dialogue in your game. Native translation support. Interesting. You have to buy their example projects? What? What? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Wow, yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of that. I wonder if that's what they're trying to sell here is just documentation essentially in the form of that. What is their pricing of this? Hey Kevin, poisons you. That's a lot of damage. And hey Gingers. FAQ. Excuse me. What? I'm so confused by their pricing. I think it's just that you buy their example thing. Do they have a license file here? That's the MIT license. I don't mind giving people credit, by the way. Even if their license says you don't have to. The only time I don't tend to do it is when it's like a one-off CC0 sound that I used, like the potion drinking sound in Skeleseller. That was CC0, and I didn't think it was worth giving credit to whoever recorded that because it's one file. But yeah, if it's ever something like this where it's like, oh, you couldn't have a game without a dialogue system. Oh wait, are all these inside the repo? No, presumably not. The thing that I think is a little bit tough here is I would want to test this out before I get it. And I guess I can do that. I just can't see their examples. But I feel like that's kind of part of testing it out. What do they say for translations here, though? Run through the TR function to provide translations. Yeah. Static line IDs. Yeah, generating this. Just do generate. Yeah. Okay. Think you're paying for the asset pack? It sounds like you're paying for the example. It's not super clear to me. Yeah, it just says this project demonstrates doing all this stuff. I don't think they're licensing the assets for it. I think that it's just listed on itch as an asset pack. But yeah, I think the point of it is to get the project files. Heard good things about this add-on board. This particular one? Because, I mean, it seems like it does what I need to do. Yeah, I don't know about the whole no C# support. Yeah, no native C# support. Even just using Godot signals would be annoying because you can't press F12 on them. That's why I was bothered by them in Skeleseller. It just makes it so hard to figure out what's going on. So this dialogue manager. I checked out Dialogic. Yeah, I just looked at it. I don't think I should use it because of the no native C# support. All right, well, we could try this out, I guess. And yeah, see how this goes. Let me continue reading through some of their documentation here. Navigate to the dialogue tab. Open some dialogue by clicking new or open. Most basic is just a string. If you want to add a character that's doing the talking, include a name and a colon. You can also use a few extra ones. Pick the option at random in the middle of a dialogue. I don't think we need that. And his number of seconds of pause before typing dialogue. All right, let's just go test it out. You know what? Why not? So how do we install this? It's an add-on for 4.6 plus, so we just install it as an add-on. Yeah. So let's just get out of this project entirely. This is unsaved, but we can quit the project list. And yeah, we'll see if this meets our needs and if we can do everything. And if it can, then maybe we just use this. And if it ever doesn't work for us, then we switch to a different system. We tell AI to switch for us. So create new game in here, new folder in here. Maybe I should make like a one-off test folder or something like that, because this is getting out of control. Yeah, I'll make a repros folder, so hopefully I don't forget that in the future. And then I'll make a, yeah, there's repros now. And I'll make a testing or like one-offs. Yeah, good. Okay, so select current folder and call this, what's it called? Dialogue Manager test. All right, version control we don't need. There we go. Okay, easy peasy. Now go download it. Dialogue Manager. Probably 3. Dialogue Manager 4 is an add-on. 4 doesn't even show up here. There's Bonnie Dialogue Manager. That's different though. What? I'm on 4.6, aren't I? Yes. Where's Dialogue Manager 4? Is it an issue? There are no open issues? That's strange. It's not officially released. Read the hint. Oh. Got it. Okay, thanks, Sinus. Yeah, until it's out, it says use 3. Why even write this? Why not write the hint to like, eventually Dialogue Manager 4 will be out? The text, anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, so download this. And there we go. We'll go into add-ons. Sounds good. Cool, installed. All right, so now we want to set up some like basic scene here. Let's go over to here. Let's add an icon into here. Let's add just a button. It says click me. And I'll make a script, attach script. So this will be C#. We'll call this main.cs. And what does that open? Nothing? Oh, it tries opening a new window over here. Okay. Even the preview images shows dialogue for? Oh, in the asset lib? Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know what preview image, but yeah. Okay, so this is trying to open something. Here it is. Trust and open this. I'm going to say don't open. I actually want to just open it as a new project. Or open it through just VS Code. I'm not sure yet. Okay, let's call this main. And then run this and have it pick the current thing. So here we go. We got a script. We got our C# project. We have no dialogue thing yet. That's okay. And maybe I'll make this be a quit button or something. Okay. Oh, right. I can't click that. I got to stop doing that. So let's close everything here and close out of this entirely. And then go over to Code, Godot, what do I call it? One-offs, Dialog Manager. And we'll load this up. I mean, I'm going to trust this. If we're going to use this thing, we're going to eventually have to trust it, right? Where you install the asset. I guess is once you click this then. Yeah. Oh, I see dialogue in Godot 4. Anyway, it's fine. Okay, so now main.cs. All right, so private button, quit button equals null, GD ready. Oh, weird. Am I in the wrong profile? I am. GD ready, quit button equals get node button, quit button dot pressed, plus equal on quit, private void on quit. All right, this is not named quit button. Now it is. And I don't actually know how you cause this thing to quit. So let's go look at this. We have our main.cs over here. And quitting the game is supposed to call get tree.quit. Okay. So let's try that out. I just want to make sure we got some like basic thing that's not super annoying to test. It's the tiniest button. Maybe we just make it a little larger. There. I don't need the text to be larger. That doesn't matter. I just want there to be an easy enough quit thing. Hey, Cat Hatter, and hey, EB. What's the plan for today? I try to keep the today command up to date. I do recommend checking that out on any given day. But for right now, we're testing out Dialog Manager to see how it works. So let's go get started with this. So open some dialog by clicking new dialog file. So we should see, shouldn't there be a dialogger tab up here? Or is that a Dialog Manager 4 thing? Is there's 2D, script, and dialog. Where is that? I think it should be somewhere over here. Do I have to enable the plugin now? I think you have to do that, right? Yeah. But that caused a bunch of issues. Invalid assignment. Okay, well anyway, now we have dialogue here. So I can click new dialogue. Let's just call this something like baby's first dialogue. Oh, that's tiny. And that doesn't look good. Yeah, that doesn't look good. No. Non-existent function new in base GD script. I mean, I haven't even done anything here. What's going on? All right, let's save this and just quit or reload the whole thing. All right, well, that fixed that. I mean, hopefully that doesn't have it every single time. So now what do we do? Add some interactivity. You can specify responses. Responses are lines that begin with this. I wonder if we can disable responses because that's one of the things I want to do. I also want to make it so the AI can choose responses. Are you doing a linked list for dialogues? I mean, right now I'm testing out this system dialog manager, which has its own file format that lets you manifest dialogues. Nest some more dialogue below. Nested dialogue can nest it indefinitely. Responses can include conditions. Wait, what? But I don't want to nest them indefinitely, right? Like, what if I wanted to like jump out to a different? Yeah, there's probably some like go-to thing you can use. If they are selectable. Oh, cool. Okay, so that'll let us disable it. Yeah, I wonder. I'm gonna try this out. I wonder how we could. How can we let AI choose an option for you? And when I say AI in this case, I just mean how can we let an NPC choose their own dialogue option? To weight lines, yeah, that doesn't matter. To separate multiple groups of random lines, it's fine. Whole blocks. Variables, local variables, tags. What is this for? Oh, interesting. Yeah, interesting. Simultaneous dialogue. Cues and jumps. Start from and jump to. Okay. Sounds reasonable enough. Expression jumps. Importing dialogue into other dialogue. Okay, so this seems straightforward enough, but how do I actually like use the dialogue thing? Basic dialogue, settings, using dialogue in your game. Simplest way is to call Dialog Manager show dialog balloon resource queue with a dialog resource and a queue to start from. So show the example balloon by default, but you can configure it in settings to show your custom balloon. It's up to you to implement or customize any dialog rendering and input control to match your game. Once you get to the stage of building your own balloon, you'll need to know how to get a line of dialogue and how to use the dialog queue node. Oh, this seems pretty straightforward. Okay. All right, so let's start with this. This is show dialog balloon. Show dialog balloon. Opens dialog balloon configured in settings. And we give it a queue, which maybe we don't need to give it anything at first. Okay. So this show dialog balloon. And we need to use this. Dialog resource. What is this? It's a resource. Okay, yeah. So we got to load the resource ourselves. Resource loader dot load resource. Res / babies first dialog dot dialog. And then we just don't give it a queue. Let's just see what that does. I'm not sure. This might not work. Yeah, there are some problems here. Res : / expected type unknown. What did I mess up here? Also, I probably should just launch this in Rider so I get like all my autocomplete stuff. So yeah, let's do that. Open. Oh, do we have a solution in there? We have to, right? On-off. Yeah, we have a solution in there. Okay. Let's close this. All right, Godot, one-offs, this, and can we just click open on that? It might ask if we want to open the solution. Yeah. All right, this works. Yes, it did. Okay, so what did I do for resource loader in the other parts of this game? Resource loader dot load resource. Yeah, you just pass in a path. What did I mess up then? I didn't specify this wrong, did I? Strange. Use custom file extensions for resources. Yeah, I guess so. Or, I mean, I might be doing something wrong here. It says can't load from path. It also says res : / not found. Failed to retrieve non-existent singleton dialog manager. Do I have to do something with this first? Dialog manager dot instance dot show dialog. Is this a function? No, it's a static Godot object. and it connects a bunch of things and then returns it. But this is just Godot object. I would expect when I use the main dialog manager that this is done for me so that I don't need this. Can I run from here? Edit configurations. There's some way to do this. It would probably be pretty nice, but let's just skip that for now. I don't expect this to be any different or better. Yeah, so what is this error? Maybe the... No, I don't have any idea for why that's failing. Because this has you pass in a resource. It also lets you specify a key, but I'm guessing this itself is failing. Resource dialog equals this. Dialog. I might as well go make the run configuration. So fine. So we need this is the executable path, program arguments, working directory. Everything else should just be the same. So cancel out of this, go over to the other project, make a new configuration, add, I think it was .NET executable. What is this? Yeah, .NET executable. Okay, executable path, Godot, program arguments, -- path game. That is not going to be the case here because we don't have a game folder. It's just the root path. And then working directory needs to be code, Godot, one-offs, this. And that should do it, I hope. Let's try running that. Monolocation is not specified in settings correctly. What is supposed to set that? Let me just take a picture of this. Okay, what did I mess up? Working directory. Cynical, thanks for the 10 months. Happy resub day. Is there an initialize? I'm not sure. I'll need to look into that. I mean, right now I can't even get this to run. Where do we set the mono path? Apparently not from here. Maybe it's in like project settings or something. Mono location is not specified. It cannot be discovered automatically. What else does it say in there? Please check mono settings under file settings, build, execution, deployment, toolset, and build. Toolset and build. Mono executable path. So this is specific to each project. So what did I set it to over here? Toolset and build. I did not specify one. What? All right, let's take a picture of this. And let's go back over to here and see what doesn't match. That's blank. It's .NET 18.3. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all that stuff looks fine. Check out Clippy as a copy-paste buffer. I don't want to use any like other things than just the built-in clipboard because as a streamer, I'm worried I'm going to copy-paste something I should not be copy-pasting, like a password. I don't understand, though, what I did differently here because this is just a .NET executable, right? I mean, in the other case that I have, there's a game folder, and then in game, there's a project. Here, we have the project right there, yeah. So -- path, I mean, as long as I specify the working directory correctly. And I did. I don't think there are any other arguments. Huh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why this doesn't need to be set for this. Yeah, I don't do anything special here. Oh, this is a drop down. I thought it was an input. There's a custom button, but yeah, strange. Well, there's one other thing I could potentially try here. There is a Godot choice that we have. I don't think this works, and I forgot why. So we still need to find the path to Godot. That's there. Then we need the scene file. I guess we just pick main. And then just see if that works. Run. Okay, that did work. So let's just use that from now on. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't let me debug or something, but yeah. So this should be called run game. And this other one that we have just be called, this doesn't work. All right. So now I can see the same problem we had before, just resource file not found res. This is not happening from my code though. So I think this is actually potentially a problem in the add-on that we're using. It seems that way. Like if I don't even do this or this, that issue will probably still show up, right? Because it's failing to, whoops. Yeah, it is coming from the dialog manager. Huh. How are we supposed to... Is there a setting I need to change? An array of autoload names that you want to have shortcuts to in your dialog. If you had some global autoload that had a some property. Let's just go look at what the settings are by default. Dialog manager, here it is. Runtime. Balloon path is not set to anything. State all auto shortcuts is empty. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's just load up their test scene. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, it's here. There's, I don't know where it was. I just saw the path. There it is, test scene. Can I run this? Invalid access to property or key dialog ended. So even the test scene doesn't work? It's failing with the same stuff. Huh. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do this. Well, this looked interesting. Yeah, run specific scene. I can't specify test scene from here. Oh, I can with add-ons, yeah. But yeah, it fails immediately. Oh man, that's a shame. Maybe it had to do with the installation process of the add-on. Like if I go to asset lib, can I see what's already installed? I guess I can just delete it from the folder. Yeah, just delete the add-ons thing entirely. So now that no longer exists. Crashed Godot. Hey, SWAT kid. This is rather frustrating. So now we don't have Dialog Manager. I installed it to the assets folder. That's the thing I'm wondering about. Should I have installed it to... just this folder? Would that have caused this to work? Well, it's not doing the reinitializing assets or whatever. All right, so now let's try launching it. So test scene. That's weird. Where'd it go? Wait, did I install the wrong thing the first time around? This looks like totally different files. Oh, because I haven't said to use it yet in the project. It's not usable. What? Maybe it's only something you have to enable if it's in an add-ons folder. This doesn't seem right to me, though. Where's the test scene? It's in there. Add-ons dialog manager test scene. Why didn't it show up when I did this? Strange. Add-ons, dialog manager. It should just be in this folder, right? Something strange is going on. It says that it's there, but Godot doesn't show it. I just need to reload the project. Yeah, mysterious. Add-ons usually go into add-ons. Yeah, it does. But some add-ons require that you ignore the asset root, and some don't. Okay, there's test scene now. Now can I run this? No, it still fails. Okay, maybe there's something else you need to do with the test scene, but yeah, this is not looking good. There's only one other thing I can think of that we could try, which is to try installing the entirety of this through GitHub. Like just use whatever's there on GitHub right now, and maybe it'll all be fine. I don't have any other ideas, so sure, let's go do it. All right, temp git clone. All right, so let's delete this. Let's just take the add-ons folder. Yep, I know. Let's just take the add-ons folder and put it over here. Tests are presumably for their repo, not for us, right? Yeah. All right, let's go reload that. So there's the add-on, which I think we need to say that we want to use. It's already on. This is version 3.10. This isn't even version 4. Okay, well, still, maybe it works. Whereas the other one definitely didn't. So test scene, here it is. Try loading this. No, it's still failing. Huh. Well, I guess I should file a bug on the repo. What were the most recently closed things here? It might be just me being an idiot. Like, that's entirely possible. But I didn't see, I mean, one, there's no like quick start guide. The starting thing is kind of this. And either way, actually, I guess we could look at their test scene. This has a script here. The script is this. They call it engine.getSingleton, which granted I hadn't been doing for my code. I guess we can try that. No, wait, no. We already hit an issue even before starting up. Like even just trying to load with the add-on enabled does this. You have it in... No, not anymore. I was testing with a different install route before, but now it's in this standard path. But yeah. I feel like I should file an issue. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. What do they have here? If you're using C#, there's a small convenience wrapper around Dialog Manager. First, add the namespace. Then you can load a dialog resource and show the example balloon. Yeah. Ask AI. I could. I don't even like if I just delete this entirely. In fact, if I just make a new scene and just call this empty, we save this as empty.tscn. There's nothing in here, right? There's a node. You have to have some node at the beginning. But now if I hit run current scene, it still causes a problem. Invalid call, non-existent function, applied changes. This is just from having the plugin thing get loaded. Oh, I don't know. I don't really want to deal with this right now. I feel irresponsible, though, not filing an issue. I feel like they should at least know about something here. So, yeah, let's start from scratch. Yeah, fine. All right, so I'm going to open Godot. Crashes the editor. That's not good. Is there a UE5 public bug tracker so you can file something in? It's calling for something from control that's not there. Is it compatible with your Godot version? It says use 4.6.x. So Dialog Manager 4 is an add-on for 4.6 plus, and until that's released, you should probably use version 3. And I'm on 4.6. So, oh, they say 3 is only for 4.4, 4.5. Okay, maybe I should submit a PR to make their documentation clearer. So I'd have to downgrade Godot if I want to use this. I'm not going to downgrade Godot. This library looks cool. And part of me does wonder, like, what would have broken in what they did in 4.5 such that this wouldn't work in 4.6? And has anyone commented on this? Can 4 be installed manually? I didn't see a way to get it. I tried just installing whatever is currently in the repo. They don't have a branch for... Oh, wait, they do have a branch. More branches than I thought. No, there's only 3.x and main. And main is apparently not compatible with what I'm using. At least it didn't seem so. And the thing is, people are probably using this. I guess they're probably using it with an older version of Godot. Like, it seems interesting enough. All right, well, let's write some notes down just for the future, because I'm going to forget about this. Okay, so I tried out Dialog Manager. There doesn't seem to be any access to V4, and the prior version doesn't work out of the box with Godot 4.6. As such, I didn't actually get to test anything of substance. It does look like a nice library. I mean, we could try a downgraded version of Godot to see if this is specifically that problem. I don't know if I want to spend the time anymore. So should we look into Yarn? Just make my own thing at this point. Oh, man. Install Godot. See Godot options. Priority support and bug fixes. I wonder what that actually means. Yeah, anyway, for now, like they say here, it's not for sale yet, so I could just click this. If it's a problem, would you use it downgraded Godot? No, I wouldn't. Yeah, the new version is now. Like I said, I think it's I think this is like this is written a little bit backwards. The important thing here should just be the text, and then there should be a note afterwards saying, "Oh, by the way, the new version will launch." Because, yeah, I think it's better to say like Dialog Manager 3 is an add-on for whatever. By the way, the new version will eventually be out, but it's not out yet. Okay, so we're just gonna not use this. So let's go over to here, click this one. Oh, right, page not found. How do you use this? How do you do anything? Works with Godot 4.1 and newer. Currently the recommended version is 4.5x. Start with installing the plugin. Okay, sure. So let's go make a new project again. Quick create Godot one-offs. All right, so yarn spinner test. We don't need version control. There's a V 3.10.3 for Godot 4.6. Yeah, it just didn't work out of the box for me. Maybe I should have just filed an issue saying like, here's what I encountered. Like I said, it feels irresponsible not to do that. I don't want to spend time on this anymore. I want to have something because I want to get this demo done by the end of April, and we're running out of time. No, it's okay, Survivor. I feel bad for not doing it. There's a download a copy on GitHub. Is that V4? I downloaded it and I don't see a V4 branch in there. If I just do git branch here. Not a repository. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I downloaded the temp. Godot dialog manager. Git branch. Why do you list all branches? Yeah, dash list. Or maybe I need to do like, I don't know, remote or something on this. Yeah, there is no V4 branch. Okay, so download a copy of the latest one from the GitHub repo or clone the repo somewhere. Sure. Oh, 2025. Uh-oh. I mean, maybe they just don't really need to publish any changes. They have issues open. Okay. Yeah. All right, sure. Let's download the newest release. Assets. So there should be an add-ons folder in here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. And then there are samples as well. Okay, so we have the project here. Let's open this up in Finder. And then drag the add-ons thing over to here. And having the samples might be nice eventually. Now, do we have to say that we're using it? Yes. Unable to load add-on script from path. This might be due to a code error in that script. Disabling the add-on to prevent further errors. Am I doing something like really stupid here? What is it? Download a copy of this. Locate the add-ons directory in your new local copy. Put a copy of this in your Godot project. What am I missing? Next, choose the project. I guess you have to do this before you create or before you enable the plugin. Project menus, tools, C# create. Yeah, okay. Next, open the project folder. In the sidebar of VS Code, the CS project file, add the following line inside project. Sure. Okay, so let's go into the yarn spinner one that we have here and load in, what was I supposed to do? Load in the CS project file. and put this inside this. Yeah. All right, should look something like this. Yeah, they have those at the bottom. I'm just going to do exactly what they say in the instructions, even though it shouldn't matter. Great. Save the tweak.cs project file. Return to this. Click the build button at the top. This will trigger the build, which is required. Once the build is complete, you should be able to open this. I wonder, did the... All right, now we say on, and it worked. Cool. With that, you're ready to go. Okay, so quick start. After following the instructions to install in your Godot project, click Instantiate Child Scene. Navigate to Scenes and choose Default Dialog System. Sure. Default Dialog System. Then right-click the new scene, check Editable Children. Scene doc will look like this. Okay. Next, create a new yarn project using tools, yarn spinner, create yarn project. Okay. Reason I bought it. Do they, like I said, do they have a public bug tracker that you could maybe look into? Because maybe you can post there and they'll be able to help you out. Choose a directory to save your yarn project in. You can save it to the root, name it first project. Sure, sounds fine. Next, create a new yarn script using that. Set it to mystory.yarn. Sure. All right, it'll appear in the file system. When it's appeared, double-click the yarn project to look at the inspector. Make sure it's in the list of source scripts. Okay. So how do we add it to source scripts? Here it is. All right. Next, open mystory.yarn in VS Code. Add the following to it. Okay. What was it? Mystory.yarn. Cool. I'll go digging and see if there's a public bug tracker. Yeah. I mean, up until then, I guess you could just use docked windows maybe. It might not be nice, but you wouldn't have to return your video card and they could hopefully eventually fix the bug. It does sound like a very frustrating issue. Select Dialog Runner node in the scene dock and look at the inspector. Selecting Editable Children earlier in the guide will allow you to see Dialog Runner node and edit its options. All right, so Dialog Runner's there. Assign a yarn project by dragging it onto here. I could just click this. That's strange. It doesn't find the yarn project? Huh. That is strange. I wonder how that's working such that it doesn't find the one thing it's supposed to find. Say this is main, whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, finally enter start as the start mode and tick the box next to starts automatically. Start node. And tick the box for auto start. The documentation is slightly out of date, but that's okay. Save your scene, run the game. At this point, you can play your project and step through dialogue. Okay, so run the game. What is the problem here? Cannot access a disposed object. That doesn't sound good. And okay. If I open something and it's not docked by default, it crashes. Oh, that's really frustrating. All right, honestly, I think at this point, I'm just leaning toward writing my own thing. And if it ever doesn't feel like it's scaling well, then we do something about it at that point. But this seems really tedious. Yeah. The example works, but it does emit this error. Ufta, thanks for the sub. Wait, does this error get emitted every time I start this? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. So then that might have been a problem with just the plugin. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, hello again. Close the game. So I think there is a question here of should I use this? So I was originally thinking I don't want to use this when I thought that error was going to happen every single time. It at least did not go that way. But yeah, would this have everything I need? Maybe we should try it a little bit more. Let me run this again. Interesting. The cursor didn't change back when the button disappeared. Hey, crows. No, we're not going to play again for a bit. So next steps, with that, you reach the end of the beginner's guide. You're ready to go forth and build games with the yarn spinner. You're also equipped to work with the rest of the documentation. All right. So Urdu is a base language. It's called the base language because that's the one you start with. Put a base language in by changing the base language. Got it. Yeah, adding localizations. We would definitely need to test this. Test getting the AI to choose an option. What else? Component dialogue runner. I'm debating on whether I want to read all of the documentation or just skip right to localization and see what that process is like. Yeah, let's try out the localization thing. All right, open inspector for the project in Godot. Find the text entry labeled localization. Enter locale code. Do they have to be CSVs? So open this. Possibly. But I guess you could make a custom project in Weblate just for dialogue. Be a little strange to do that. Sure, Azerland. I don't know if it helped at all. But hopefully you can get some traction on your issue. Because other people probably have the same issue. Excuse me. Okay, so FR, let's click add. Now what, browse? We don't have a CSV file. Shouldn't it make one for us? Ah, there we go, export. For base locale en. All right, I don't know, let's just call this test. What did that do? Where did my project go here? There, test.csv. Okay, so what did this do? So this is the English one. And then we would have to produce the French one, I guess. There's probably a tool to manage that. I'll just keep reading the documentation. Oh, it was a really simple fix. Turn off smooth motion. Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. Great. All right, so open an inspector, find the one labeled localization CSVs, enter locale code. I picked FRFR. Maybe it should have just been FR. Yeah, maybe I just do that. And then delete that and click browse. But this is assuming I had one already. So I guess I need to handle the bridge of translating it. Because I was going to say, if you have PO files, it generates it for you. I wonder if they're going to add PO files to this. I don't know if I even need that. Click browse button next to none to set the file system, or to browse the file system, enter directory. This is save English too, right? Yeah. Wait, no. It says ES, but their base language is EN. What? Did I do this wrong? Browse next to none? Yeah, I click this. Oh, interesting. Oh. I did not see this was a save. I thought this was a load. All right, that's my bad. So now we should have a French test file, right? Where's test FR? That's strange. It did not create it? And I need to export. What am I doing? I don't think it's going to have created anything different here. No. All right, let me just read this again. Once you set a path, from that point on, you can click the button labeled Update Localizations. Oh, way up here. Okay. Then that produced the file. Ah, got it. Yeah, so I should just follow the documentation. All right, yeah. Now this does use CSV. You can use CSV with WebLate, but I wonder about there's some like, I forgot what they call it, mono language or something. I think I wrote it down. Mono was in the name. Monolingual get text. Use resilient IDs for your message IDs. And then treat English as another translation. I don't know how hard this would be to do. Because then we could set our base language to like universal and just have it be IDs. That'd be really obnoxious to set up. Yeah. Hey, Prankin. It's cool seeing this many viewers as a standard. I think part of it is it's a new game. I think this will die down at some point. I think this is an anti-pattern. Really? Because you mean the monolingual thing? Because like one of the most frustrating things in Skeleseller was not being able to change the source string because it was English. So like, let's say we made a typo in English. We had something like, I don't know, this is a test. And we translated it. It's got some like French string without the typo. If we go fix the typo in English, then we lose all of our translations on WebLate. And that was the most frustrating thing because I couldn't even change the English for something. Whereas if we just had an ID, if it was like test string, and then in English, test string was this is a test, and then we later wanted to fix the typo, it affects only English. So that property caused me so much pain because you lose the history of the entire like language that you translated. So I don't think it's an anti-pattern. And I think WebLate could do probably a slightly better job there, but it doesn't right now. I believe GetText should have been able to preserve that. I tried a bunch of different things. Even what we were using to generate text eventually. Where was that? I18N. Whoops. Tools I18N, yeah. Program. We used message merge. I tried a whole bunch of different things here. There was just seemingly no way to get it to do this. The only thing, there was something that kind of worked, and it was if you, I don't think it's if you change the English. But yeah, like I said, that caused a lot of pain. So I want to switch to using the monolingual mode, which would mean having some intermediate language with just IDs, which would probably make this also a nightmare to work with. Like we have, where is it? This. How do we edit this? I guess just inside of VS Code, my story. So instead of, oh, hello, we'd have something like narrator greeting. And this would be really obnoxious. Like really, really obnoxious. Yeah. Let's try that really fast. Narrator sample text. Can show hints based on IDs. Like, will it pull the EN value of that narrator greeting? I mean, it's all inside of text. So, I mean, I guess we could just change this. So here's what we had. This is like my story in English. And if we open up my story again, we'd have to change this to something like narrator greeting. Then we consider our base language to be some like fake language. So base language we set to ID or something like that. I don't know what that's going to do exactly. Making your own dialogue system or retrofitting a third-party one. I'm trying a third-party one right now. I'm not... I'm not doing a great job. Now we browse. We call this test en. Save. Now export into our base language, I guess. So test.csv. That's going to put in this narrator thing. It didn't, strangely. Hey, Cosmic. I'm using Colmac DH. I've got my key map there if you want to take a look. Why didn't that work the way I expected? Oh, it got two scripts. I don't want both scripts here. I guess delete the English version or just put this somewhere else. Put this in the temp folder maybe. I just don't want this to exist. There, now it shouldn't find it anymore. There's probably some way to refresh this. There we go. That worked. Okay, so export this to test. It says needs update. That's interesting. Huh, that is interesting. What is this? English ID text is needs update. Original is narrator greeting. Huh. Isn't Dialogic? Dialogic was made for GDScript. So using it from C# will be a little bit annoying. It's possible. It's just, I think it'd be annoying. And then we export the English version. So let's try that. So now, if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to open up test en. And we would change this to something here. Just say hello world. Now when we run the game, what happens? It says narrator greeting. We have to change the language to English. How do we do that? I don't know how we do that. Fallback en. Test en. No. Worked with Dialogue Manager, I believe, on my most recent test project. Dialogue Manager seemed good. I just couldn't get it to even work. Even their demo scene, I couldn't get to work. So I'm trying Yarn Spinner right now. And I wanted to just skip right to how would localization be on this. And I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. I mean, if I say view this in... Wait, we don't have any other locales set up, I guess. Oh, maybe I just need to do that. Does it know how to load that? Oh man, okay. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go continue to take a look at this. Enter in the text column. I did that. You press update localizations. It'll generate or update a translation file. These are your Godot translation files. Where's that? Oh, that's not up to date then because I never clicked the button. So this is wrong. It doesn't even tell you what the contents are. It's some binary file. Okay, then we just click this and then hit play. It said none needed updating. Oh, it did work. It says hello world now. Did I even need to add that? So if I X out of this, it should say narrator greeting now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, nice. Okay, so I understand what's going on here. We got the basics of that. It would work. Yeah, I think it's probably fine. Read the next line also in the docs. Yeah, nice. Okay. All right, cool. So then, yeah, we could use a monolingual setup, hopefully, in WebLate. I don't see why that wouldn't work. But I guess we need to test this in WebLate to find out for sure. I don't want to do that right now. But yeah, we would need to test that at some point. Yeah, interesting. I wonder how unwieldy this would be to work with. So like we have our story and it would just say things like narrator greeting, narrator question, narrator answer, narrator answer 2 or something like that. And I guess if you ever change IDs for any of these things, there'd be a problem in Weblate, but you just wouldn't change IDs. But as far as how unwieldy, it's like you wouldn't know what this corresponds to. And there's no easy way to see that. Although we could write our own tool that just pulls the strings from here, right? That should be dead simple. Yeah, because we can load in all the originals and then just match them to this and then just export a file. We could even make an interface for editing it as though it's in English the whole time. And it'll just do that for us. Although I don't know how it'd come up with IDs for us. Maybe it could be based on what line number it is. Like narrator line 1, narrator line 2. Probably weird if you had lines in the middle though. Anyway, okay, so that's at least like problem number 1. So this seems like we could get something working. I think we can, yeah, even set the base language. Is ID already a locale? I just need to pick something that isn't already. It is. It's Indonesian. Okay. Well, I guess we just pick something that we're definitely not translating to and set that as our base. Or just, I don't know, is there like pseudo language or something in here? No. We could probably just make something up. Because it probably doesn't know or care, right? Set base language like AAAA. And hit change. Yeah. And it doesn't need anything special now. Yeah, SIABT. So now the yarn project. Where is that? Here. Yeah, okay, sure. So what next? Test getting the AI to choose an option. Yeah, I wonder how we'd control that. I need to learn more about Yarn Spinner for that. So we've got an easy way to show you dialogue and options. We can presumably change how this stuff renders. So like here's a color rectangle. What if I change that? Yeah, so that works. So we can probably put whatever we want in there. Why does this keep happening? Can't access this pose object. Is it when we close in a certain state? No, maybe it's clicking update localizations or something. What do you think of Kinesis keyboards? I've never used one, so it's hard for me to say. Yeah. I will say I had a Moonlander at one point, and I felt that I had too many keys. So I know it's kind of weird because you don't have to use every key, but like you can't change the physical footprint of the keyboard on your desk. So as an example, if you just had like a QWERTY keyboard and for whatever reason you're only typing like 5 characters, like this is still just a block of plastic on your desk. So I wanted a small keyboard. And I like the idea of like moving this out of the way is not unwieldy. I could spread it apart and put the mouse in the middle if I wanted to, which I was trying for some amount of time. This is also doable. Where did that go? Why can't I open this? Did I close the entire browser window? I think I did. I don't know the last time I've accidentally done that. Maybe I clicked the X without paying attention. Just that steep learning curve. It's not too bad for regular typing. It's just kind of bad for coding. But once you're through the learning curve, you're just through it. I do get that it's daunting. And also you probably won't just like find your perfect layout the first time around. You'll probably tweak things. What do you think about the Glove 80? I mean, pretty much the same thing. It looks like it's just too many keys. I think, okay, let me put it this way. If you're ever going to use a keyboard that has more thumb keys than just spacebar, you should probably change your paradigm of typing. So a lot of people do what you kind of see in this picture here. There's shift here, there's control, there's escape, there's layer, there's alt. I would not do this. I would not have like modifier keys here and modifier keys here. I would use a lot of layers to type things. And if you're going to do that, then you need to change how you think about using a keyboard. So it becomes an investment. Did I use QWERTY? I use Colmac. So yeah, I think you have too many keys for this stuff. It's like F4, F5, these sorts of things. These can be in a layer, and you can remove the number keys as well. But that's my take, right? Like a lot of people want dedicated keys, or they want to use it for gaming at the same time. It's like, yeah, there are trade-offs for whatever you do. Okay, so yarn spinner.dev. Let's go back to this. I want to go back to the documentation. Yeah, I accidentally closed the page I was on, so I got to get back to there. So yarn script. Editing in a text editor, that's fine. So yeah, all the components. Let's read through this. I might as well learn this. Dialog runner is the bridge between the dialogue that you've written in your yarn spinner script and the other components of your game. The component is responsible for loading, running, and managing the contents of a yarn project, for delivering the content and other parts of your game, such as the UI. You can easily add a dialog runner to your scene as part of a prefab that we supply. Bridge between dialogue and the other components. Oh, they copy pasted this paragraph. Setting up is the first step to use it. When you want to start running the dialogue in your game, you call it start dialogue. When you do this, it'll begin delivering lines, options, and commands. Tell it to start automatically by choosing the relevant checkbox. Designed to work with other components. Contents are delivered to your dialogue presenters. Values are in variable storage, including text in their current language, voiceover clips, retrieved using line provider. Okay. Using a user-facing content for each line. If you don't set this, it'll create one for you, a text line provider. Okay. Send lines, options, and commands. Add nodes that have script implementing dialog presenter base interface to this list in order for them to handle your dialog lines and options. If a node that's added to this list does not implement it, it will not function as a view. I kind of want to test what would happen if we added, well, I closed everything. I want to test what would happen if we added like a text-to-speech model. Maybe test out adding a text-to-speech model. It should stop talking if you skip a line. All right, what else? Signals on node start. Emitted when the dialog runner begins running a new node. On node complete, on dialog complete, on command. Okay. Dialog presenters. The component that receives content from a dialog runner presents it to the player. They're how the player sees your game's lines of dialogue, how they select choices. Okay, can have multiple presenters. In most situations, you'll have one that's designed to display lines of dialogue, and another that's in charge of displaying options. Line presenter and options presenter. Okay. Presenting lines with visual effects. Continuing the next line. Use typewriter effect. They mentioned sound. Oh, hey, a signal that's emitted every time the typewriter effect displays new text. Interesting. Yeah. Options presenter displays options in a list. See, I wanted this all to be in like one presenter. I think the way this works right now is you see dialogue and then you see the options for it. So it says hello world. Then you hit continue. It says, hi, where am I? It's like, I still want to see the hello world there. And I'm not sure if that's some like easy to configure thing. It might be just their default presenters that they have. So what do they have here? Presenter control, line text, character name text, use fade, auto advance, typewriter speed, and options presenter. Show last line text. If I say yes to this, what happens? I don't know what happens. I think we need to assign it a last line text thing. Yeah, probably here. Yeah, there. Okay. Well, we'd have to customize this stuff. Hurrying and advancing lines. Players may want to speed this up or skip it entirely. You'd be ready for the player to ask for a line to hurry up or be skipped. Check the line. Is hurry up requested? Yeah, interesting. What else do we have here? Variable storage, line provider, markup palette. What is this? Basic markers. This might be different for Godot because we have rich text labels. Curious to know what's causing issues with Dialog Manager. Was that in today's stream? Yeah, all I did is just make a new project and add the add-on and then try to run their test scene, and it didn't work. And I tried to make my own thing, and it still, even with an empty script, it still caused an error. Do they use any sort of markup in here? No. Yeah, I imagine this would be different in Godot. I mean, we could try something here. We could say like, hi, where am I? Actually, I could just put like color equals red, and we can see if it uses it by default. It probably doesn't. Also, it'd be nice for this thing to just be maximized at first. How do you customize that? I think it's in display. Yeah, there it is. Mode maximized. That way we can see the text. No, that doesn't work. But I think it's because of how... I think I messed this up. I think I need to update the translation files or something. I got to figure out what the workflow for this would be too. So I go back to this and click update. And there is no translation for English for that because I said this is in a different language. Needs update. Great. Oh, man. All right, maybe we just had the base language at this point and not worry about this. Oh, I don't know what the workflow would be. Still need to figure out the right workflow for modifying strings if I use a custom base language. Should I just delete this stuff for now then? And just say we're in English by default? So export base locale, en, test en, update localizations, and now what? Yeah, I don't think this works by default. I think you do have to use their markup. I wonder how they do that with Godot. So what is this? Markup palettes provide a means of lightly theming your lines without requiring any code. Palette marker processor. In Godot, they're implemented as a custom resource. Create markup palette. All right, let's just try it out. See what happens. Test markup. Basic markers, custom markers. Add element. Let me make a new one of these. Huh, okay. I'll have to read the docs. Select a directory and file name. Find your new palette in the file system. Double click to open the inspector. I don't have that. Well, I could click add element, but then I don't have a like make a new thing here. And it is saying it can't find the basic marker class. I wonder if that's why. Is it supposed to be in here somewhere? Create this. I did that. Select a directory. Find your new palette in the file system. Double click it. You can add as many instances as you want. Yeah, I don't have that. And I'm guessing that's what that error means. Can't find basic marker. I just don't know where that's supposed to be or why. Strange. Where did I put that? Maybe if I rebuild? Yeah, it just says can't get class basic marker. Do we have this in here? There's basic marker. Can I just drag this over here? No. All right. Well, let's take a look at that. What's in here? Okay. What about custom markers? Start, end. I wonder if you just put random BB code in here. Maybe you can, but that it doesn't actually do anything unless you write something on the other side to interpret this. Custom marker resources. Replacement content by hand rather than using configured preset options. Marker offset, which is used to compensate for inserting text. Oh boy. Well, I don't seem to be able to use this anyway, which, yeah, I'm not sure what I'd be doing wrong here. Like, there's just a quick load button, but there's no, like, make a new thing. And it's trying to load a TRES file. And there is no make new, yeah, just make a new palette. So I guess I'd have to make a new TRES file resource. Can we find basic? No, we can't. Markup palette. This is the palette. I want the actual markers. Yeah, I don't have that. Huh. That's too bad. Yeah, that's too bad. Can't seem to use markup palettes. Try a markup sample in the yarn spinner for Godot repository. Okay, I should have this, right? I don't think it's in the project right now. Scenes, source, texture, views. And it should be in samples. Okay, well, did I get the repo? I did. No, I didn't. I got the add-on. All right, let's go get the repo and then try those out. I'm not feeling great about this. Yeah, I feel like we've gone down this rabbit hole. Samples. There should be a markup one. There it is. Is there a project in here? Whoops. FF type, what is it, Godot? Yeah, there's a project.godot. So can't we just open that? Probably. Okay, where's that? Get CD. Import. Done. Import. Unable to load add-on script from path. This might be due to a code error in that script. Disable it to prevent future errors. That was the same issue that hit me originally, that I needed to have a C# project to work around. Did they have a C# project in here? No. Can I just run this anyway? Oh, that's kind of nice. Unfortunately, it breaks. Oh, no. Cannot open file. I can't open any of these TRES files. Yarn project is not set on text line provider. Huh. They have... They have buttons here that are presumably supposed to take me to other scenes. And then in this scene, yeah, it doesn't have a yarn project. Where is this supposed to be? Why would this not be in the samples folder? I just cloned the whole repo. FF type yarn project. It's there. It says I can't find it. Samples markup yarn project. Open anyway, I guess. Yeah, it's part of this. I think it's supposed to have it set. I think the dialog runner is supposed to have the project file. Start node is start. I don't remember where in the tutorial I had set that. I know it's not in this project, but why wouldn't it be able to load though? Yeah, I don't know. Samples? What did I do wrong? Is this not intended to be used with this version of Godot? Maybe that's the issue? Or maybe we always have to enable that and it's not something that can be enabled in the project? No, it's still not working. Can't cast a resource to type yarn project. Hey, Barack. All right, I'm still torn. I'm torn on a lot of this. I tried loading their sample, but it hits errors. Why am I hitting errors on all this stuff? Maybe the samples weren't written with C#, so I should be loading this in like regular Godot. That's probably it. And it might further be coming from me needing to create a C# project for just no reason other than to not make this thing break. Because I'm in Godot Mono right now. So then I need to modify the solution to include this. Yeah. Put this at the bottom of that CS proj file. So now we should have a CS proj file, I believe. Yep. And I want to load that. Add-ons, yarn spinner, source. Why is it in? No, it's not that. It's this one. Whoops. Then we build it. And then we try running it. Failed to build. SQL variable storage. SQLite could not be found. What? All right, well, we have a better way around this. We are going to delete that entire folder. rm-rf SQLite. And then we'll just remove any references to it in the project. And then it won't complain about this stuff, right? Did it build? Still failing here. I just, man, this is probably not worth the effort. Can't cast a Godot resource to yarn spinner Godot.yarn project. Do any of the other samples even work? If I click space. What am I supposed to do? That was it? Try talking to Sally in the ship. Oh, you can move. Wait, so they have some text that was shaking, which means they must have gotten markup working there. Wonder how they did that. Yeah, we got to go find that space. All right, so somewhere in here there should be a, here it is, space yarn project. And there's sally.yarn. I want to go open that up. Because I want to see how they did that. All right, where was it? So something you snuck up on me. Yeah, here it is. Shake rate. Okay, so this must convert into the BB code thing that we use in Godot, because these things are all exactly the same parameters they have for that BB code effect. So if I search for that, is it just built in? Yeah, they don't define it anywhere. Must just be built in, which means I could just use it in my project, right? Where'd my yarn file go? Shake. Just copy what they have in here. That does not work. At least not in a button. Yeah. Which is another problem I guess we'll run into. That I don't actually want these to be buttons. Still saying narrator greeting. Do I need to update this? I don't know. It also says project error as a duplicate line ID. All right, I don't know. All right, we got to analyze what we're actually doing moving forward here. I still have the same kind of general questions that I had originally. What should I do? So Yarn presumably meets my needs. I would need to learn the system. I'm not sure what workflow I would end up with for localization and whether it would be annoying. It would probably be nice to keep the dialogue all in their own files though, and not have them be intermingled with C# code. But then I'm reliant on this library and any quirks that it has and learning it. And it's not launched yet as a paid product for Godot. And it hasn't had a new release in the last 4 months. I think really the bigger problem that I'm having right now is just like, let's say I did want to move forward with Yarn. For me to get this configured exactly how I want, I think this is going to be like a 2-day long task. And that part's also a little bit maybe frustrating because my expectation was just like, I'm going to write my own thing. Sure, I might talk to AI and figure out like what's the best route to go, but that I'd be done with this pretty much by the end of, well, I would have been done almost by now with what I needed originally. Are there any other examples? Not in here. Whoops, I opened the wrong project. It's just such a big decision to say I want to commit to this. It says this is already running. I don't know where though. Pausing typewriter. Okay, I get it. And you can just skip through this whenever you want. Yeah. It's also kind of nice. It's nice to have those sorts of things coded already. C# engine still required. Custom presenter like the one in this scene. Oh, nice. They put these right in line. Oh, I don't know how they accomplished this. They might have just put the option presenter inside of the line presenter. Their GDScript sample shows options inside the line presenter. Rounded UI. Let's see. I would have liked to see that. Oops. Okay. Did not mean to skip through it that fast. Oh, they're all the same. Yeah, I want to see it. Well, maybe that was the proof that it works with options, is that there were rounded options. I thought it was going to say that it used the line presenter UI with the other thing. Okay. Visual novel. My goodness. Okay, let's stop that. So the markup thing still doesn't work though? Yeah, that's the part I'm baffled by. And is that an issue in their repo here? HTML tags not rendered? Huh. Yeah. I'd like to find out more about why this isn't working. Markup sample. So it's coming from dialog runner. So we have a dialog runner right there. this is trying to use markup sample. Can I just load this myself? Like markup? No, I can't. And it's a scene file. The dialogue runner is trying to load a scene? That sounds wrong to me. Shouldn't it be this? Oh, maybe that's how that works. Maybe if I just like clear this and drag this over there. That looks like it actually worked though. Wait, so did I just fix this then? And how was that? I did. Well, that shows that I've learned something so far. They have a rabbit in there. Can they change the texture filter on this, I wonder? Like, how are they accomplishing this? Huh. How did they accomplish that? Very intrigued by that. Because if I change this to use like line text, I change this to use a different texture renderer. Nearest, linear. Am I actually seeing a difference? I don't know. Let's look at the remote scene. That should probably tell us more. Line presenter. Here it is. Line text. So character names at the top. That's there. MC. Yeah, it's right there. And then there's a continue button at the bottom. Then this is the actual line text. And they put images in the middle. So this is all one thing that's rendering. So they're not using different canvas items. Which means that if I change the texture filter, it's going to apply to everything here. Yeah, and we see that happening, although it's not super obvious. Probably be more obvious if I did this over here. Come on, move to the other screen. And we change this. Nearest. And linear. Yeah, so I think it's pretty subtle if it's even happening. I feel like I should be able to tell, and I just can't. Maybe if I scale this even more. And then change this to nearest. Okay, I can kind of tell around the sunglasses. Yeah, I can definitely tell around the sunglasses. Yeah, so it's affecting everything all at once. So we did have pixel art images that we wanted to show in here. We'd have a problem because they'd look bad. I mean, I guess we test that out. Where is this thing? Too many files and everything open. All right, let's just close this. Actually, no, what we could search for is wherever that image is. Yeah, this. All right, these use a custom replacement marker, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's put that in there. There it is. Open that file. Yeah, so party.png. So let's say we plugged in some pixel art there. Game, assets, sprites, characters, farming character. It just needs to be any graphic, any like single graphic, ideally. Let me snooze this, add. Okay, so let's just take this. What's the slice tool? Can never find this stuff. I don't know. You have to add it to the toolbar? It's not already there. Slice tool. I guess it wasn't there. All right, perfect. Now there's some way to view those slices, right? We know general slices. It's the worst. All right, export. Yay. Now we put it somewhere. It doesn't matter where. Sure, that's fine. What did it call it? Slice 1, that's also fine. Okay, so now we want to put this alongside where that party.png is. So ff party.png. And move temp/that to here. So I'm going to replace party.png. So now there's pixel art inside of there. And if I play this again, we'll see that pixel art character show up. Yeah. And this shows off the problem here. Like we want this to be set to a nearest filter, but then all the text is also going to get nearest on it. Where is it? Line presenter. Here it is. So if I change this to nearest, then this now looks better. Yep. If the text isn't too big, it should be fine to do this, because you can't really tell that the text is using a nearest filter, but you can't mix and match. This is a Godot limitation because canvas items are what has a texture filter or what have texture filters. And you either set it to linear or nearest in this case, and it'll affect everything in it. All right, well, what other things did they add here? I just keep going. Where's the... Something kind of weird happened there as it was rendering that one thing. I want to go frame by frame on that. No, it looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. There is a lot here that I think this will help me with. I feel like we should just commit to it. Yeah. I also think that I should submit a PR that will fix their markup thing. Markup sample in the repo. Because literally all I had to do is, I can even just do git diff. I had to change this. Although my thing added a bunch of unique IDs, right? Which means they probably just modified this with an old version of Godot. Maybe it works in an old version of Godot. Maybe it's just file an issue or something. I don't know. File an issue about their markup sample. I suspect that it works in an old version of Godot, but it didn't work for me. Node groups, line groups. There's something on the left side. No, there's just a collider there. Stop dialog. Okay. Interesting. One of the other things I probably need to do is allow for some kind of like, I don't know, maybe a pause menu in the middle of this. It could just be a different listener though. Then we need UI UI decline to not cancel the dialogue, which is what it's doing right now. Like if I do this and I press escape, it leaves it. I'm so torn. All right, I'll take another break. Then we'll make sense of this stuff. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello, hello. Close the game. Okay, so the more I think about this, the more I think that I don't want to code all of this stuff from scratch. This is a better starting point than 0. And I like the idea of keeping dialogue inside of a file. I don't like the idea of taking on a dependency. The Tropical Banana Man. Like, I'm leaning toward using this. I just think there'd be a lot of little things I need to learn. Yeah. I mean, we've got a bunch of examples that we can use. And even with their markup, like they have calm, hype, turbo hype. These all have to be defined somewhere, right? Yeah, here it is. Example marker. Oh, it just gives it a script? What's the script? It's basic marker. Oh, because they don't use the custom ones for anything important, right? Here, for the custom one, they have a start tag and then an image. And the marker is cool. And it's a self-closing tag that just puts an image in. They don't make any custom text effects, I guess. Hey, bums. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Are we talking about boilerplates? I mean, it's kind of boilerplate code. And how's the game going along? I devoted today to looking into dialogue systems. And originally, I was just planning on making my own. We made a custom one for Skeleseller. It was fine. And I think we could make a custom one for this too, and it'd probably just be fine. But there were some issues with the Skeleseller one that I had. So as an example, if we load this up, the way that we defined chains of dialogue were a little bit annoying. So for example here, hi, I'll tell you how your farm works. Then this would go to the greeting to dialogue, drop potions into the extractor near me to extract seeds and plant them on your farm. And then this would go to greeting 3. You can already kind of see a problem forming here. Like we have 3 different classes for just like 3 lines of text really. And then a bunch of metadata, but the metadata could have been shared. So yeah, our text dialogue sequence state, this used like, I don't know, I guess this just used dialogue sequence data. But yeah, we had quite a lot of code for this. And it was kind of annoying to add a chain of dialogue. So you can see in here, actually, if I reveal this in Finder, it'll be easier. Finder. Yeah, you can see like all of these states that existed were just for dialogues, and it's not anything too crazy. Then when we finally did have something like this, change auto purchasing, we had a choice that you could get, and like, yeah, there's a lot of code for it. So it does suggest to me that it would be better to use something like Yarn. I guess seeing it and like seeing the problems that we had, it's clearer that we should use this. But I think we're going to incur some new problems with this, and I would need to validate that we can use this. And I just don't want to spend very long on it. Hey, Reformulate. And like, yeah, Skeleseller was a bit unwieldy to add dialogue to. We needed a new class per dialogue line. Or like per dialogue that would appear, I guess. And yeah, the things I would need. All right, maybe I should have been writing notes on this whole time. I just didn't know if I'd be using it. Things I would need to do is like make sure I can customize the appearance, and we should be able to. The appearance so that I guess how we want for Stuck in a Broken Tutorial. Make sure I can have AI choose an option for you. This one would be a little bit tough, but this is like a core feature of what I want out of this thing. And it's probably not a core feature that other people want out of this thing. And then there are a lot of little things that we need to do. Like make sure we can have sounds as you select dialogue options. I guess see if we can get a text to speech model to read text as it's being typed out. Just needs to roughly correspond to it. Or even options as you select them. What else do we need? Yeah, this can go up here. Okay, and then we need to figure out a simple localization workflow. Like ideally I use a fake language, or I use identifiers for strings instead of English source text. However, then it would be hard to see. Yeah, it would be hard to see the dialogue in English. So we may need a tool to view them. Probably be pretty easy to make that tool, especially the AI. What else? I think that's about it. I don't know. Is there anything else listed here? And how large is the code for this? What's in the add-ons folder? 1.8 megabytes. I mean, in terms of games, it's not crazy. Is it because of what's in textures, maybe? Is that what's causing most of this? No, it's only 115 kilobytes. Oh, right, you can't do that on Mac. Or at least if I were to do that, I'd open like 5 windows. 239 kilobytes. Runtime is 352. What's in here? It's literally just that much text. What? Is there some easy way on Mac to like sort by folder size? Can you do that? Press Command J, make sure calculate all sizes is checked. Oh, there we go. I didn't know that was a thing. Is that just for this folder? It is. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so what's the biggest thing here? This and source generator. And source generator is something that I think is only done at build time. Whatever. I'm overthinking this. It doesn't matter. Okay. And then how much work is being done on Yarn Spinner on the Unity side of things? Core compiler and engine agnostic components. So last week. And how many people are working on this? Contributors 35. Yeah. What is this, a 4.6 issue? Surprised no one's mentioned it. Yeah, and like I said, I should mention it, but I need to take the time to go file an issue and make sure it's only happening on that version. So I need to download a different version. And I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, I think we try to move forward with this. Should probably think of theming at some point too. Yeah. I guess start writing notes about this stuff. Okay. Well, some part of the notes should probably be like the pros of this. I've already tabbed in as far as I can. It's nice to have the dialogue be separate from the code. Also use GDScript. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there exactly. Well, I guess I feel a little better that I at least came to a conclusion about this. I would like to figure all these things out. Maybe what we should do is I don't know. Okay, so here's where I'm torn now. It's currently 11:30. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I'm not going to be streaming for too much longer, and today was only supposed to be a half day anyway. So if I do anything else, it's just to see if these things will be possible and not to actually do them yet. So customizing the appearance, I assume should be easy enough. I do wonder, has anybody commented on, where's Yarn Spinner, Godot, GitHub? Yeah, here. Has anyone filed an issue on texture filter? No. What about with the space? Still no. And then is there a non C# version of this? I think there is. I don't recall. I don't need it. I just want to find if there's another repo though. It's alpha version of this. Yeah, they do have it. So does this one talk about texture filter? No, this only has 3 issues. Okay. So you should probably write this in our notes. There's that repo. Then where's the C# one I just had? I don't know. Oh, it's just Yarn Spinner Godot. Ah, the other one's Yarn Spinner Godot GD script. Got it. Using 4.6. Yeah, maybe it is just a GD script thing. I'm not sure. Maybe I needed to do something else. What's nice is this has all the sample projects for free. So I wouldn't need to spend like $25 just to see what the samples do. Other little things I need to do is like add them to the credits. What else? And how many issues have they had in total on here? 37. So it's not like heavy usage or anything. Okay. All right. I want to try something kind of basic here. How would we trigger an event every time we start a new line or even pick an option? I also wonder how clean their code is such that if I wanted to make changes, I could just make it myself. I need to get the documentation thing here too. I should probably just start taking notes now. It'll probably be better than this stuff. Okay, fine. So, where are we putting this? Game development? I'll put it in the Godot stuff. I feel like it. Yeah, I feel like it should go there. Maybe we could say third party. Yeah, I'll make a new third party folder. Redirect back. No, it's okay. It's okay, Charlie. Yeah, and I'm glad you looked into it at least. It might be a problem on my end. It's just part of, okay, so let's say it is a problem on my end. I would need some way of identifying what that problem is. I think this is something that documentation should probably help with. But like I said, there's no like easy just getting started guide. The other thing is, suppose I had gotten it set up. Is it better than Yarn Spinner? Because this is one of the other difficult decisions to make, is let's say all 3 libraries were great. Which one is the best for this? Or will they all suffice? So Yarn Spinner. Overview. Oh, there's a space technically. Rename. Yarn Spinner .dev. So Yarn Spinner is a, what do they say? A set of narrative tools. I mean, it's really just a dialogue controller thing. What else do they do here though? I guess the tools are for things like localization. Try it in your browser. Oh, that's kind of nice. So I type like narrator intro here or something. But even narrator needs to be localized, right? Did I look at that? I think I did. Because yeah, here we had narrator colon something and yeah, fun, right? Okay, where did those come from? So if I go to the encsv file, narrator colon, this can't be right. Yeah, this can't be right because don't they separate out the character name? Maybe it's special how that would work. Let me try this again. Someone read the beginner's guide. Yeah, here. Yeah, they separate out narrator in its own thing. So they must check for the colon and then just strip that out. Which is fine, but I need to tell any translators that like, hey, don't rearrange the sentence. Yeah. Don't want to get too far down one path. Yeah, exactly. And I have some ideas for what I definitely need. So that's why I want to look into some of that right now. All right, well, where else was I going to deep edge? Oh, sorry. That wasn't super loud. Localization. Oh, speech bubbles. And dialogue wheels. Text animator. All right, is like a dialogue control system and related tools that works for Unity, Godot, Unity and Godot. Godot support isn't being sold yet, but it's still available. And I'm going to put some just quick links here, which is all of this stuff. All right, so first, oh, I don't like that. There we go. So GD script, Godot GD script, GitHub repo. And then the Godot C# GitHub repo. That did not work. And then the docs for this. Why is that not working anymore? Huh. Yeah, I know it'll do that, but it's not working for me now. Like if I type hi and on my clipboard is this, oh, because there's a space at the end? Oh, I see. Can't be a space at the end if you do that. All right, so I got the links. Now I wanted to check how do I, let's close out of these things. How do I detect when a new line is being shown? So there's a line presenter. This, oh right, I can't open it like that. Because it's going to keep trying to spawn new windows here. Don't open, don't open, don't open. So this is the entirety of their code for the line presenter. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. So what am I doing here? I want to find out what, let's just look at the documentation. That's probably the easiest way. What signals do we have? Components, line provider. there isn't really a lot here, is there? In terms of, yeah, there's like these signals. Okay, so there's on node start. Emitted when dialog runner begins running a new node. It's maybe fired multiple times during a dialog run. What is a node in this case? It's in the editor somewhere. You pick what your start node is in dialog runner. Yeah, start node. And it says start. So if I go to the story that we have, yeah, title is start. Okay, I see. A node is this. Okay, so then a line within this is not a node. So I need to figure out where that comes from. I would have expected it to be here somewhere, but there's no signal for that. I guess we could still just figure it out based on dialog runner. Like how do they emit these? So where do we search for this? In the GitHub repo, I guess. .rg that. There it is. Public delegate void. Okay, so let's just find all their such delegates. Oh, that's it. Well, there's on dialog start event handler. That's probably what we want. So in the dialog runner, we could listen to that and then do something. So where's our sample project here? This. So I'll make a new script. And let's make it C#. Sure, so that's going to try opening this up in here. Let's just allow it at this point. New window. Come on. All right, the thing I want is on dialog start event, I think. Thanks for the sub, Bums. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I know you've been here for a long time, but welcome as a sub. All right, so I want to get the dialog runner so that I could listen to its... You can't do that. All right, that's fine. We can just fetch it from here. So dialog runner, get node. So it's like that. And then on dialog start plus equal sender args. I don't know if we have that exactly. Dialog started. Okay, I just want to print that out. Now, what is our problem here? We don't need this, sure. This doesn't have a namespace. There we go. I guess the namespace was the problem. And then we could just turn this into a var, is it saying? Yeah, sure. All right, great. So, does that work? So dialog started. If I click continue and then choose this, it does not do this every single time. So I don't think there's an event for this. Yeah, unless maybe it's a command. I don't know what a command is. You can define your own commands, which allow the scripts you write in Yarn Spinner to control parts of the game that you've built. 2 ways to add new commands to Yarn Spinner: automatically via yarn command or manually via add command. Commands added with the yarn command attribute will automatically be found by the extension. So this is supposed to do something in your game. I just want to know when any line has been emitted. But they only have these delegates across the entire code base. I mean, we could try node start, I guess. It's not really node start, though. On node start. And this passes in what? A node name. Node name. Node started. Okay, I'm guessing it's going to say start at the very beginning, and then it won't say another node until we get down to these things at the bottom. But that's why we test this. So it said start. Yep. And yeah, it doesn't do anything else. Okay, yeah. So there's no way for me to know that the new line thing has started. There's got to be a way to do that though. Right? Like we have the line presenter and this has a script. And there are no signals here that we can get. No, they don't add one. What was the reason for using this and not making this yourself? We have to downgrade the editor. And does this make it easy to localize? This is a different thing from earlier. We don't need to downgrade for this and make it easy to localize. I mean, it allows for localization. I don't know about easy. We'll still have to test that out a little bit more. And the reason for using it is it provides a lot out of the box that I think could help us. And I don't feel like making all that stuff myself. Is there any sort of AI programming in Skeleseller? Yeah, I've got the whole AI disclosure on the Steam page. And what are we working on today? Hey, Beat. I try to keep the today command up to date. So yeah, please do check that out. Yeah, here's the disclosure. All right, so we don't have event handlers. Wait a second, what? Line presenter button handler? What? Line presenter button handler. Where is that? It's above options presenter. What is this? How do they even do this? On prepare for line. Yeah, interesting. Also, I wonder if this works with a controller. I didn't even think of that. Should probably test it out. I don't have this plugged in, so I'm not going to do anything. Yeah, sure thing, Beat. So the controller moves up and down. That's a Godot thing, but then you can't actually press the button on it. We got to test that out too then. I won't do that right now, but yeah, let's write that down. Make sure we can make this controller friendly. All right, so we could probably add a custom script here, or we could add another event handler altogether, because there's things like online will dismiss. So they didn't do this within a listener system. They just have you attach these and they go through all of them and call all the functions on them. So we can just make our own, I think. I mean, let's go try it. So this is what? Just a random control. Control. We're going to call this like our custom, what do they call it? Line presenter button handler. Line presenter handler. All right, now we go to the line presenter and add another one of those. Wait, they have two of these? Laugh action markup processor? I didn't even see that before. Well, let's add another one and have it be this one. We can't do that because it's not the right type. We got to assign a script to this that probably inherits from whatever they had. Action markup handler. Yeah, and I don't have a script for this yet, so let's go make one. Where's my code? There. What do I do here? What am I calling this? My custom something? I forgot what. I don't even see it anymore. Oh, I'm in the wrong project. I added that to the, I added it here. Okay. Well, let's just call it custom line presenter handler. Sure. And it's supposed to inherit from action markup handler. Sure. Great. Yeah. All right. So this is a partial class that inherits from here. Partial. Inherit from that. Then we got to define whatever they say to define. Implement missing members. Sure, just do them all. So on prepare for line, let's just call it gd.print on prepare for line. Cool. I want to do this for all of these. Yep. Cool. Yep. Great. So that's it. Now we plug this in to be used by the line presenter. Oh, I never put it in the scene. Add a control, add the custom thing, put that there, call this whatever it's supposed to be called, custom line, presenter handler, then make the line presenter use that. Huh, that's weird. Tempted to set an object into a typed array that does not inherit from C# script. It's right there. Oh, do I need to build? Yes. Okay, so now we should see a whole bunch of stuff print out. Yeah. So it's on individual characters appearing, on a line about to be shown, dismissing it. Nice. Yeah. So if we wanted to invoke a text-to-speech thing here, that's where we would do it. That shouldn't be too bad. Now, how do we know about options showing up? Shouldn't there be some kind of control for that too? Please tell me there is. There's a presenter control, but that's the visual. Where's the... There are no signals or anything on this. All right, well, what is this thing? Dialogue presenter base. We don't have any actions here, do we? Wait, no, the markup handlers. Where do we get those? I don't see that in here. No, wait, no. That's for markup? Not for... Wait, isn't this one? This is an action markup handler, yeah, but this is an interface. No, that's still fine. Although, why is there a class? This probably implements the interface. It does, and just makes this abstract. Why do they do this? Yeah, it's strange. Used by line presenter, but options presenter has one. What does it use it for? Nothing. Okay. Line advanced, line presenter, options presenter. Yeah. Maybe this is not how I should be searching for this. The options presenter makes one. It does not export that list. The line presenter makes one, but presumably exports it. No, it doesn't export it. Oh, it's exported there as event handlers. So this action markup handlers it's being used. I'm not totally sure why. I need to look through that. But this still is not helping. I need to know what other events happen or delegates. There are none. Signal. Nothing. So you can't know when an option is about to spawn? Also interesting. How do you set this to disabled? Make sure we can disable options. So yeah, this is easy. So I guess let's put some, I don't know, like line presenter here. And just say if you want to listen to events, they're implemented as function calls. It's dead simple to do. Yeah. E.g., what are the things? On prepare for line, on character will appear. Instead of delegates or signals. So make a new class that inherits from this. And then fill out any functions that you're interested in. And then in your line presenter, add it under event handlers. In your line presenter in Godot, or I guess click your line inspector presenter, and then modify and change this to include your class. This is Obsidian. And don't worry at all about, quote unquote, barging in. I'm totally fine answering people's questions. The thing, by the way, I say this about the today command kind of several times per day. My sort of expected flow for anyone who's watching the stream and who's like, oh, what is Adam working on? And I don't necessarily want to like ask him directly. You can always just run the today command. I always try to keep this up to date for the current day. Every once in a while, it gets a little out of sync if I've been streaming for like 4 hours, and I just try to update it. You can also access any commands through this. This is the same database. So if you were to ask, like, I don't know, notes, for example, this says he's using Obsidian, and then you can be like, oh, what's Obsidian then? And then you can find it through here. I'm not saying you should do this all the time. Again, feel free to ask me the questions. I wouldn't be streaming if I don't want to be interactive at all. Today has been quite a day. I'm feeling a little bit better, but I can't find a way still to figure out any events for this. Option presenter just doesn't even have anything for this. I think Obsidian's pretty good. I like it a lot. So there is no way to alert. I mean, I guess I could just add it in myself, but then it's going to make it annoying to merge new changes, right? On dialogue started. Where does this get called from? Like, you can press up and down. Where does that happen? Should be some input in here, right? Maybe it's not done through this. Maybe it's done through something else. There's got to be another script at some point. I don't know. Maybe it's in dialogue runner. There's got to be input handling, unless it's handled entirely through Godot's focus. Let's just search for input. Yeah, line advancer. Anything else? That's it? How do you pick options then? It's all done through focus? I think so. Yeah. I think option item and options presenter do this. There's no info on today anywhere. Maybe add it to the channel description. Yeah, I found that no matter where I put any information, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's always gonna be someone who doesn't read it. Also, I've like explicitly linked documents to people and said, hey, could you check this out? And they'll still just ignore it. So, I mean, at some point, I just, yeah, I don't know. I need to just tell people what to do. Have you tried it with a pinned message? I've tried basically everything in the past. And I don't want to have a pinned message every single day saying check today, because then you'll just ignore the pinned message if you're a regular viewer. And at some point I might have different information in there. Plus it degrades the chat experience, in my opinion. The way I look at it is, because I've also had the suggestion, like, and this was way back in the day, like, why not have a bot auto respond to people asking obvious questions? Like, what is that keyboard? It could just automatically type out the keyboard command for them. And the reason I've never done that is because I was like, at some point, it just feels like I've automated all of the chat interaction. And at that point, like, why am I streaming? So I don't mind answering or nudging people in the right direction. The reason I share the expectation now is because I don't want people to feel like they're spamming chat or something if they end up typing today when they enter. That's totally fine. And if you are worried about the spam, you can always go to the website too. But for those who don't know about it, they can just ask, and then I try to tell them. Pin the worm command. All right, so we found two different classes, options presenter and option item. I was already looking at options presenter. And this calls focus button. What is this function that we're in? Run options async. And it doesn't alert anything that we've done this. Yarn task.next frame. What's this? Await a process frame. Return no option selected. What is this returning it to? Called by dialog runner to display a collection of options to the user. Does the dialog runner tell us something? No, I don't think so. Huh. Take space, of course. Yeah. Yeah. On options received. And we can like prevent you from canceling this maybe. Is available destination instruction. I don't know how we'd automate this. I don't know how we even find out that you have chosen an option. I don't think there is a thing for that right now. And I wonder if they're open to PRs. Like if I submitted something, would they want that? Or is this gonna... They have a contributing guide. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Yeah, I'm not sure. Where's their contributing guide? Yeah, just typical filing and yeah. Contributions which we become aware use generative AI to generate code or any other content will not be accepted. Please do not use these tools. So if I were to make any modifications, I have to turn off my autocomplete stuff. I've got a couple of concerns here. Not about what I just read there. Got a couple of concerns though about if I wanted to add in like a text to speech thing for the options. I don't have a way of detecting that you've selected these. All we would need is an event for when you have shown options. And then we could detect when the focus changes, I think. They mean AI PRs is the plague now. They don't say that though. What they say is contributions which we become aware use generative AI to generate code will not be accepted. So if someone were to be like, you know, on my PR, like, oh, hey, here's a clip of him using AI autocomplete. They don't say like you've only used generative AI. They say just that you use it and just don't use these tools. So yeah, they might mean only like totally AI PRs, but they're not saying that. So I try to respect what's written there. I mean, I don't even necessarily need to do anything here. I'm kind of predicting a need where you select an option and then maybe it speaks it. Although in those cases, I guess what usually happens in games is you click the option like, oh, and then your character says, oh. So yeah, maybe we just ignore that for right now. Maybe we don't need to vocalize options. But as far as choosing options for you, that is something I definitely need. Yeah, so this is easy, except for options. Maybe I should write that down. Yeah, they merge custom max size. Yeah, I have a note to upgrade at some point. Options presenter. So as far as I can tell, there are no events or way to detect that you've selected a particular option. The option navigation is coded using Godot's focus order, which is automatic, especially because I think these are showing in a VBox container by default, which makes it even more obvious. Yeah, there's a VBox container here. This is probably where the options go. I already have this running, so I can just go find out. Option presenter, VBox container, yeah, option view. Oh, there are two of these. Why are there two of these? Oh, because I'm not in it right now. And now it's not working. There. Perfect. That's what I want. We go over to that. I wish you could expand this. They prevent you from taking up too much space with this. So when it's taking up half my screen, I have to actually expand this so that I can expand this side. And if only I could just make this take up more of the screen, that'd be great. But you can't do it. You haven't been able to do it since whenever I started using Godot. The option view has a button here. What does this one say? Doesn't say anything. What? Also, what are these timers for that they're adding here? Maybe for auto typing and it just doesn't get used if they don't need it. There's a button here too with no text. What is going on? Option item has text and button, and this is set. The text, oh, I see. The text is from a label. Interesting. Okay, so yes, it goes into a VBox container by default. Yeah. All right, so how would we control those for you? We need to know that options are showing. We need to detect that options are showing. We would need to prevent the player from choosing. And then we would need to do what a player would have done by choosing the option. Even detecting that they're showing does not seem like an easy thing. You know what? Actually, I just realized, why am I even doing this? Why don't I just do this? Just ask a question here. Plan. So, and then give it the folder. Is there a way in Yarn Spinner to detect that options have been shown as part of a dialogue? I mean, for this, let's just pick that. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I've already been executing all this stuff. For what it's worth, I'm just doing this to save time. I didn't see anything here myself. And I think there are ways we could do this. We could listen for when children are added to this VBox container, for example. I don't think that's a great way of doing it. And then we need to stop input from handling. But then we need to get like an AI thing to handle input for us. And AI in this sense means like old video game AI, where it's just, you know, doing things for you, not as generative. That's a lot of tool calls. But all I'm concerned about right now is this. And then having it choose a button for you. I wanted to like move down in this list. I actually want a totally different option presenter. I should just be able to make my own, right? Yeah, but I guess the more that I make that's mine, the more annoying this is going to be to do. This was made by an Australian team. So yeah, that's why the spelling is different. Also, it does kind of make me think, like, how much code is here? Where's the repo here? So in their CSproj file, do they import their engine agnostic code? Because where does that go? Yeah, I don't see that anywhere. Unless it's in here as a submodule or something. Plugin. No, yeah, I don't know where that is. What is that code then? Yeah, here it is. Core compiler and engine agnostic components. So this is probably what's got to process yarn files, right? I guess we can just look at the dialog runner and find out what's going on. Dialog runner's right here. So there's a story file somewhere. Where do you get that from? How do you even set this up? Dialog runner took... Oh, it's a project, not a story file. Okay, yeah. So we have a project. Set program. What is dialog? Smart variable evaluator. Virtual machine. Where does that come from? Hmm. Okay. Let's go back a little bit more. So new yarn dot. Somewhere we process. Now, how many classes are there? Let's start with that. Add-ons, yarn spinner. I guess runtime. It looks like this is everything that would have been in here. Compiler, diagnostics, yarn spinner. Yeah, like what? Dialogue, nullable attributes. Is that all in here? No. Virtual machine is, though. Where's that in this? It's not in this? I definitely saw it. That's strange. Was this part of the disassembly of something then? Because I went into this and I saw... Yeah, virtual machine. Where is this? Class yarn dot. Decompiled. Okay, that's why. Why are they rendered? Did you change your settings? They had always been that way. For me, at least. I mean, I've only been using Rider like this for a week or two, but yeah, it's just always looked like that, even in the Stuck in a Broken tutorial code base. There's no dedicated signal. Architecture uses a presenter pattern instead of signals. Here's what exists. Emits these signals, none of which are option specific. Yeah, I've seen those already. Deliver by calling run options async. Custom presenter. Create a class implementing dialog presenter base and override run options async. Oh, okay. Added to dialog presenters array alongside your existing options presenter. Dialog presenters array. Where's that? There. And when we go to the local one, we have what, 2 of these? Line and options. Okay, I see. I think I see at least. Override that. Called that for the actual UI. Okay. Zig. Emit signal. Return null. Let another presenter handle actual selection. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to write these here. What is that GDScript presenter adapter and why does it even exist? GDScript presenter adapter? Yeah, why does this exist? You don't have to use this script as a mediator. Directly add your GDScript view to the dialog runner inspector. Allows you to implement a dialog view base via GDScript. Oh, okay. I don't think it's necessary. Like there are for line presenter. So if you want this behavior, here's what Claude suggested. I mean, I might as well just include that here, right? Yeah. I'll format this correctly. Good. CS. Tab that in. And option. Oh, yeah. And then this. Okay. And option 2 is subclass options presenter. Base.run. And we don't have any code for that. And we'll put this up here. I should really get going soon. All right, so detecting that options are showing is fine, but then we need our options presenter to be aware when you're in AI mode, and that something should be chosen for you. But we don't ever handle input. It's all done through Godot's focus. So we need to stop focus from operating on buttons and then handle this in a custom way. Is that doable? Where's focus mode? There it is. Mode all. We can set it to none. What is accessibility? Node can grab focus only when screen reader is active. Oh, I don't care about that. All is it can grab it on click, using arrows and tab, or using D-pad. None is it cannot grab focus. Okay, what if I make a couple of buttons down here? So call this like choice 1, and then make another button and call this choice 2. And I guess throw these into an HBox container. But I don't want you to be able to click these at all. So it's not even just focus mode, right? It's like mouse input has to be ignored. And then mode is none. So mode none, mouse ignore. So now you can't click these buttons, but they're not connected to anything anyway, so you wouldn't know if you could click them or not. But it shouldn't look like you can even hover over them. You can't tab to them. Let's go try that out. Yeah, so you can't click them. Tab doesn't do anything. If I'm over here and I hit tab, yeah, it's just shifting to these two. But could I still force the focus, excuse me, through code? Probably not. So this one's just called button. Let's go look at the code. Button equals get node button. Button dot grab focus. So if I do this, probably nothing will happen. Or maybe it's got the focus now, but I just can't do anything. I need to show that it's outlined. I guess I can change the theme. Yeah, I could change the theme because that's all that focus is really doing anyway, right? Is it's using a different style. So if I just change the normal style to be the focus style, it'll look like it's got the focus even if it doesn't. So button.theme, get theme. I never remember how this works. No, it's not get theme. It's like get theme style box. You got to give it a string name and a theme type. String name has to be this, I guess. No, focus is what I want. I don't know that I'm doing this correctly, but button dot set theme type variation. God, I don't know. All right, let's just look at my Godot notes for this. Get theme. We don't have anything for that. Okay, well, I don't know what we're supposed to do then. Or maybe it's not finding in partial matches. Godot UI themes. Add theme font size override. Oh, here we go. Get theme style box, normal duplicate. Then add theme style box override. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. This is why I write notes for things. And yeah, Jikanzo just said that too. Okay, so get the focus style. Or I guess focus style box. And then focus style box dot duplicate. I actually don't want to duplicate. I don't really care. Then I just do button dot add theme style box override. Normal should be the focus style box. All right, try and stop me. Let's see if that works. So now it should just look like that button is selected. That's all. It won't be, but it'll look like it. Nice. So if we want it to look like we're selecting different ones, we just toggle the focus state and then prevent the player from doing it. Easy peasy. Oh man. All right. Well, yeah, it should work. God, that's kind of crazy. So detected options are showing. Claude gave me notes on how to do this. And then prevent the player from choosing this. We need to disable mouse input and focus. And then do what a player would have done by choosing the option. We fake this by changing the style box to be focused. And then there's a style for focused and pressed, right? Pressed. No, it's just pressed. Or maybe it's both? I don't actually know. Gotta figure that out. Thanks for the resub, Retired Android. Almost at 2 years. New viewers, I'm not sure it's been asked before. Any particular reason? Oh yeah, I saw this in time. Nice. Yeah, I do have my YC# command. Hopefully that links in a sec. All right. So I can make something pressed and focused, I believe. How do you do this? There's some like theme editor where you can do this. How do I find that? Theme. There. So now you're able to... I don't know what I'm doing. There's a pressed and focused style. How do we get both of those things? Maybe I search for focus. Focused buttons. A common problem I ran into is the button should have a focus state. The button itself can be enabled or disabled. Making style focus represent border in itself. You can do this with a style box flat. Wait, a button can be both? Maybe it can't be? No, it can't be. I don't know if you can see this. Yeah, so if I tab to this, it's got the white outline showing that it's focused. If I press, whoops, crap. I didn't mean to do that. So we're meeting the architect. I mean, technically you meet the architect in the very first like platformer game. You fall through the world, you go into the realm, you go into their office and you meet them and they just teleport you out. So now what we're trying to, this has been a long process, but we made a foundation for the farming game. And then you're supposed to find some NPCs that you can talk to. That's why we're making the dialogue right now. But how it should go is you get teleported into the farming game. There's an annoying tutorial guy. And then like you play the game. I mean, play is in quotes for a bit. And then your character goes to sleep and ends up in a combination of the two games. Yeah. Yeah, farming is the second game. But it's not really a game in that there's not a lot you have to do. So yeah, my question, if I turn this back on, let's just make a third button here. But I want this one to have this ignored off and this mode back to on. Yeah. Okay, good. So now I have a button that I can just randomly click if I want to. That's not right. Why is it not working? I set it so that the mouse will listen to this. Also, I mean, I guess we can just call it choice 3, but I might need to restart it. I don't know why you'd have to do that. But I should be able to click that third button because it's not fake. And I can't. What is happening? There should be nothing. Expand non-default. I guess collapse all and then expand non-default. Yeah, nothing's been expanded. What am I missing? Maybe there's another node covering it. I guess we can find out by clicking debugger misc and then just clicking that. And it thinks I'm clicking the presenter control. Okay, so this is just in a bad part of the screen. Because the presenter control is taking over the majority of it. Yep, that's why. All right, so just move this down. There, done. No, it hasn't been moved down enough. Move it up then. Oh my god, this thing is covering everything. Yeah, I guess it's covering the whole screen. Is it supposed to cover the whole screen? Yeah, it is. Oh, so then I couldn't do anything about this. So we could turn off the mouse listener for that. What do I want to do? Yeah, let's just turn it off for now. Mouse off. Okay, so now I can click these buttons. No, because now I'm hitting something else. I'm still hitting the presenter control. How is that possible? There's only one. Oh, there are 2 presenter controls. Oh. Okay, now we should be able to click this. Yeah, finally. So if I tab to that, I press space, it can be pressed and focused. But if I click, it deletes the focus. Why? That's just how Godot buttons work. I didn't do anything special for this. The question is, how do we get pressed and focused to be a thing? Maybe we just don't. Maybe just enable pressed for a second. Yeah. Alternatively, I make a combination style box that does both of them. I don't want to make this too crazy though. Yeah, I don't want to make it too crazy. Hides the focus by default since it's 4.5 or since 4.5 or 4.6 for mouse clicks. Interesting. Still, could I have both of these things work? Let's try it out. Let's get the press style box. I think it's just called pressed. Let's go make sure. Copy property path. Yep. Okay. And then I want to add both of these. Press style box. Does that work? I can't tell. Yeah, I can't tell. I mean, for one, it's pretty small. But 2 is I don't have anything to compare it to. So let's set the transform of this whole thing to be gigantic so I can actually see what's going on here. And I need to see a difference between button 1 and button 2. So I guess get button 2 as well. Which is not called button 2. It is, but it's just not unique. And then its style boxes should be the same. So let's just give it the focused one. Wait, no. The pressed one. Yeah, that'll do it. So now the first one will be focused and pressed, but I don't think it's possible to do both. And the second one will just be pressed. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right at all. What? Maybe, yeah, what? Maybe pressed has, let's click button here. Should be a style box section. Yeah. Pressed. I can't, oh God, I can't control this. I want to revert this back to the normal thing, but then you can't edit it. We can copy it. I can do this and paste it. Yeah, press is just a different color. Unless it's also adding a border. No, is it? No, it's 0. Drawn over the other style boxes for buttons. Yeah, but then why? On this button 2, I tried just setting its normal to the press style. The press style does not have focus, and yet this thing is getting outlined. All right, well, let's just give it the focus and see what the difference is. I don't see a difference. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Let's just give this one the pressed one then. Yeah, I don't see a difference. Strange. Yeah, strange. I want it to look like, well, how about we just test this out? In the Skeleteller code base, don't we have an await somewhere for, yeah, like this? Can I just throw this in here? Yes, but it says can't resolve await or toSignal. Do I just need an async task? Private async task, wait, float seconds. Okay, so this, or wait, no, I actually want to await this. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's just move everything into there. Yeah, just delete this. Test. All right, so drag all this down to the bottom. So I want to set this to be focus at first. And then I want to wait half a second, or maybe a whole, well, yeah, just half a second. And then I want to delete it, which is in here somewhere. Style box. Yeah, where's the code I had? There it is. Remove override. So it's going to be nothing, then it's going to be focused, then we're going to remove the override. Move theme style box override normal. And we're going to make it be pressed. And then we're going to do something eventually. I don't know. We're not going to do anything yet, though. All right, let's try that. Now just call the test function. Yeah, I don't care about awaiting it. Great. Yeah, so there's no difference between focused and pressed. I don't get it. That's probably just how it works. Thought you want to draw them both at the same time. I did originally, but it looks like I can't separate them. Hey, Chris, any resources to learn game development from scratch? I've got this link. Yeah. This is not exactly how to learn game dev, but this is a list of games that you can tackle. So Pong in this case is a pretty good one to start with. From there, I would just go to the Godot getting started guide if you plan on using Godot. Otherwise, go to like a Unity getting started guide and read through this stuff. And then, yeah, you'll pretty quickly piece together how to make Pong. And I think even if you've never coded before, it should be sort of straightforward. It'll take you longer for sure. Hey, Ezra. Now you're looking at your dialogue plugin. What's your dialogue plugin? I don't think it showed up in my search. I only found 3. How do I do this? I wonder how much this has to do with me having a custom theme here. What if I just clear this? Does that do anything for me? No, it doesn't change it. It's selecting this, which I wanted to do. I like that. That's working well. But then I need it to look like it's pressing it. Oh, maybe I can't because of its... No. It's not a can't thing. All I'm doing is changing styles. Maybe it's got to be like hover pressed or something. There's no specific state for that though. Yeah, I don't know how... I don't know if what I'm trying to do even makes sense. But when I click a button over here, it changes color slightly. If I tab to a button, but if I press space, it changes to a different color? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't change to a different color. Yeah, but there's no focus on it. What am I doing wrong? Maybe I'm wrong about what the press state is. What color is this? Copy value? I can't copy this outside of here though. Not on the asset library. Did you handle localization through here? Because that was a big thing. I see. All right, yeah. So let me see really quickly. Translation. I don't know what the plan is for that. Yeah. Yeah, I have some very like specific needs out of the dialogue system. Next big item. Well, no, I don't think you should do it for my sake. There's this other library that it seems to do what I need, but right now I'm actually testing something that's outside of the dialogue system entirely. I'm just trying to figure out how do I make a button look like it's being pressed without actually pressing it. And maybe I'm doing this correctly and I just don't have the right style box for this. Normal is this color and pressed is darker. I'm not getting a darker color when I do this. I can't imagine what I could be doing wrong here though. Get pressed and then set it here. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just make a special override style and it looks even darker. Can't I customize this? Edit the theme. Set a button. Yeah, I should be able to just change this to whatever I want. Like I can just make a style box flat and make this like bright red if I want to, right? And now it should switch to highlighted and then red. It's not going red. What am I doing? This should not be this hard. Get theme style box pressed. Yeah, I don't see the issue. Oh, I set the theme on a different one. Oh, whoops. My bad. Okay, yeah. Whoops. All right, that's why it's not red. So we add this here. We click that. We set this to red or whatever. It doesn't matter. Any color that's not gray so I can tell that it happened. It's still not working though. And customized functions are supported via signal out on the dialogue reader. Just an option. Yeah, no, I appreciate you linking it. I think visually constructing dialogue is not very important to me. This particular thing that I tried using here has its own syntax for choices, for like custom effects that you might have. Then for the text itself, the speaker could be there. There's a lot of features that this has that match what I need to do. But then also they have a way to plug into some events that are here, which I also need to use for something. Although I imagine adding events to a library is not very hard, even if I needed to do it myself. I just cannot figure this thing out though. I just don't see what I'm doing wrong. Maybe maybe there is no override style. Yeah, maybe I need to clear the theme and just set it here. I did not think of doing this. All right, let's set this to salmon and try that out. It's still not doing anything. All right, what if I change focus in that same way? I'll set this one to blue. Like, is it using these at all? What else could I possibly be? No, it's not using them. Where is it pulling these themes from then? Theme override styles focus. And pressed. And I have this code even in my own notes here. Get theme style box and then duplicate it. And then we could change things about it if we want to. And then set it. Oh my God, I'm not being very smart, am I? Okay. Wait, no, that part was fine. No, it's not fine. Yeah, there. Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah, I was fetching the wrong theme. So now when we run this, it should finally work. We'll see a blue button and then a salmon colored button. Ah, hooray. Okay, so now we just delete these things. Delete, delete. And then make it take a little bit longer. And then we'll have it working. Oh man, my notes did not even have that. I don't know why I came up with that. Yeah, there we go. So this is what'll make it look like you pressed the button even when you haven't. And then I guess we just, at like maybe a quarter of a second later, hey noob, we remove this again. And let's try that now. So now it'll kind of look like you clicked it. Well, not you clicked it. It'd be the AI clicking it. Yeah. Although the important part, because the more obvious one here, is that you've selected it. And I don't have a way of doing that, do I? Yeah. There we go. So we just need to make sure that that shows for long enough. So what's happening here? We wait for half a second, then we select it. Then we wait for 0.25. Okay, it's only one. So we should probably raise this to like 1.5. And we need to actually activate the buttons handler, which I think we can do. This is the wrong project. I don't even have a listener for it, but I think there's like pressed no signal. Yeah, set pressed. But that's not actually what I want, right? There's no... Yeah, there's no... Oh, there is set press with a signal. I can just set this to true. I'm not sure what that's going to do. I don't have anything connected to this, so it's obviously not going to like do anything code-wise, but will it look any different? No, it won't look any different. Okay, that's probably fine then. Now we just need to add a listener to this. Button dot pressed plus equal just print a thing. Yeah, press the button. That's all we need. And I want to see if this causes that to happen. So if we see that, then cool. We've pretty much proven that these features will work. So now I just need to look over here. It did not print it out. So set press true is not enough to get this to work. I think it's only for toggles that happens. There's no documentation. There is on this. Changes button press state of the button without emitting toggled. Only works if toggle mode is true. Yeah, so the concept of setting this is not sensible. But in this particular case, how would we do this? We need to tell the option presenter that, that we picked an option, which is option item, which has a button here. So if we're going to need that button, yeah. Otherwise this won't work. And we don't have a way of fetching it. Do we? Detect that options are showing. Need to prevent the player from choosing. This requires getting the buttons. Is this possible? Godot button, like emit pressed event. Can I access the event that triggered a button pressed using input event, button press? Or like buttons simulate press? How to programmatically press a button. Press.emit. I think you can do this from C# as well. Just you wouldn't do it this way. There's like some signal thing you got to get, right? Emit signal? Emits given signal by name. Why does it say it returns an error? Oh, I see. Error type. Signal must exist, so it should be a built-in signal. So we give it a string name, which I think we can do with this button.signal. Am I wrong about this? There's some like built-in, oh, capitalized button. Signal name pressed. Okay, that might work. Access the static member of a type via derived type. Use base class. Oh, sure. Yeah, I didn't realize it was on base button. All right, that might work. Although we're still only one step closer. I need to figure out how to get all the buttons. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Yes. Ooh, it did. Okay, that's pretty cool. So then we would just need access to the option items buttons that we have here. And for that, I don't know if we can set that up easily. We can get dialog option, but this doesn't have a button here. Yeah, no. And there's presumably nothing to fetch this for us. Focus button. Invoke option selected. Oh, this is public? All right, when we do this, we might be able to call that. For yarn spinner, we may be able to call this. But we do need access to the buttons because we got to modify their styles. So when we call an option presenter, what were the two different styles we have for doing this? Run options async. We could emit a signal. We wouldn't have the option items though. Something must store option items. Let's just go find that. Option item. Who is it that stores this? Options presenter has a list of them. No, wait, no, that doesn't help because I don't have the buttons. Okay, let's close everything other than this. Go back to option item. What makes this button? Nothing here. It's just plugged in from the scene. I didn't see that. I don't see option item in here at all. Oh, there's a prefab. Well. well. Okay, so that should do it for us. We can specify a different prefab that has our script. Is there anything special here? Wait, how is this possible? How can it inherit from control? Wouldn't it have to be some class that they define, or else they wouldn't know what properties it has? Because if they're gonna, yeah, what? How would they? They didn't make this extensible? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Yeah, huh. They just assume they have option items all over the place. And we could inherit from this, but then we're going to have this stuff there, which we don't want. It's just not seemingly made for extensibility, at least not this part. I wonder if I'm missing something. This is not even the Godot documentation. Can we find just the Godot documentation? I don't think we're going to find it for what I want exactly. Components, dialog presenters, option presenter. Option item prefab, yeah, there. Only displays option, doesn't display lines. You can use additional dialog presenter to handle these, like line presenter or custom dialog presenter of your own. The options list view will create an instance of this packed scene for each option. Yeah. I don't know how you'd change this then. I get that we can plug in a different prefab, but we expect option items in options presenter. I guess we control the options presenter, so that's where we'd have to change this script, right? So what do we call on these things? Option view, option equals option, visible, on caption select, or on option selected, completion token. Okay. Which are in option item. However, it's private there. And we can change the prefab easily, but then we need to like abide by the exact same script or make our own options presenter, so that we don't assume that we have option item instances everywhere. Light EW, yeah. All right, I have been streaming for way too long, and I should probably get going, but we could test all that out. Hey, Cooter, good luck again today. Thank you. We could test all this out, and then I think we'll have gotten everything that I need. What did I write down? Make sure I can customize the appearance. I mean, yeah, customizing the appearance is part of this for sure. Then this we've already pretty much figured out. Making it controller friendly. I guess our options presenter could be, yeah, we probably need a custom options presenter anyway, so we could try putting the code there. And then disabling them, sounds when you select them, localization workflow, add the credits. Yeah. All right. Well, I think everything will work here. Yeah. I do wonder about adding custom effects too. Like suppose one of these, I probably need to learn that later. Figure out how we would add custom text effects. Because they added in images. I guess if it's just going to turn into BB code in the end anyway, then it's probably in my control to change this. All right. And then at some point after all of this, like after doing enough of this, see if it feels ergonomic to add more dialogues. Like, what are the gotchas? What do I need inside of a dialogue readme? All right. Well, I think that's it. I think today was a little bit disappointing in terms of visible progress, but there was a lot of research that was done. Is it not going to add the date? There it goes. Spent 5 hours looking into a suitable dialogue system. Leaning toward yarn spinner for now, but there's still some, I want to say like proofs I need to do. Prove that it will work. I'll just say make sure it'll work. Yeah. I want to look at one other thing really fast. Now that I've used Yarn Spinner a little bit, did this provide some other set of features? There was still a text-based way of controlling everything. Yeah, they have variables, they have calling functions and everything. And they also handle translations. Yeah. I guess it was probably pretty similar in the end. I think the important thing eventually, once everything's been localized, is the text. But right now, the text is not important. It's a foundational system. Anyway, I've already said multiple times, I need food, I need to go. So tomorrow should be a full day of programming. Thursday should be a music day. And then Friday, I'm going to be on the Twitch front page. And I don't really know what we're doing. But we'll figure it out. I haven't raided Cavino in a little while. Let's go raid Cavino. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for the support. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow. It'll be a full day of coding. Or, well, working. Not necessarily coding, but probably coding. Thank you all. Goodbye. Have a good rest of your day. See ya. Take care, etc.